restaurant of 95,000 Canadian dollars, not something strange in Saskatchewan. He has increasing costs of goods. As you must have seen, food prices are increasing, and costs related to taxes are also increasing. The truth is that Corey is struggling to survive as a small to medium-sized business owner. And 15% of all small businesses in Saskatchewan are struggling. They're considering bankruptcy. Even more than that, small businesses account for a majority of firms and lifeline of Saskatchewan people, and so we need to help them. When we bring film to Saskatchewan, we want the money to be dispersed to these small to medium-sized business owners. And 70% of them are in small businesses related to retail, agriculture, and services, which you would want to share within movies. Now look, what is helping Corey show his restaurant to the world in movies help with? Well, product featuring in films, in movies, in short stories increases awareness within Canada by 20%. Furthermore, the film tourism industry is growing, and it's at 66.7 billion size right now. When we look at the current options for Corey to increase his revenue by adding a new stream and to grow awareness by being featured in films, he has two current options. One, he can book a media agency. There's no media agencies currently in Saskatchewan, and it's expensive to book. He might have to fly someone over, they'll come take a lot of pictures, learn about his experience, and then share that with the different set scouters of different films. Now his other option is to independently outreach. And as a chef, he does not want to spend time reaching out to films, sharing his story one by one, and getting rejected over and over again. And so that's why we are introducing Set Me Up, specific for these business owners to help them be featured in films. It has zero upfront costs for them. It's easy to use, just like a booking service, and it's systematically reaching many films outreach. We'll explain how we do that. But first, let's look at the market size. This is a surprising number of bookings which happen every year in film. In North America alone, there's 317,000 film bookings which take place, and in Canada, it's 26,000 bookings per year on films. And this was during the pandemic. As it grows, we'll see this number grow as well. And if we take a look at how we can make money within the solution, we focused in on how we can benefit our Corey, our small business owner, the most. That's why we started using a commission model, taking 5%. He has zero upfront costs. He can decide, hey, I want to be involved in films, and he just gets revenue where we take a 5% cut. But even this 5% cut allows for huge revenues. Take a look. If we take a 10% of our Canadian booking share, 26,000 bookings per year, our commission per booking, our 5% commission will be $200. And if we multiply out, that's a $5.2 million Canadian market share, which we can aim to reach in our year 3 of development. And this reflects in our profits and revenues, where we can expect by year 4 to have a gross transactional value of revenues of over $100 million. This is the amount of revenues that flows within our booking application. Focusing on the revenues, this is obviously much smaller, it's 5% of that. But we can still reach above $10 million of revenues by our 4th year, and our profit margins are high. Even though we only hit profitability in our 3rd year of growth, because this requires network effects, it requires bookings and people to put their platforms on our service so that they can be booked. Once we hit these network effects, we can grow exponentially.
When you talk about people partnering with people to be on your site, like national parks, you mentioned historical sites. Some of those places may have entrance fees already, and would you be overlapping with those and the customers paying twice? Or are you going to be partnering with those? And then also on the timing-wise and how full they can get, especially during times like COVID when they have limited capacity, taking that into consideration at all?
Yes, we have. So we're allowing, for example, if you look at a park which has bookings, they might want to put in specific times of the year where they are less crowded. And so they can put those timings up on our platform. And then if someone wants to book a film, they might do it from like 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., for example, where it's less crowded. They can book that time out, and then they'll pay for that time, obviously. It'll get the park more exposure. and they'll be able to film on that land. And our key costs for this platform is one, developer team. We're spending about $100,000 to develop the platform. Marketing for landowners and marketing for filmmakers. Basically, a cost of acquisition on both sides of the platform to start off with and build those network effects. Michelle will be going through more on how we're spending this money and how we're reaching out to them to ensure that they understand our value and we retain them moving forward.
I just have one question before you continue. The 26,000 bookings in Canada per year, you're assuming that you're going to get every one of those bookings?
No, we are not.
Last couple slides there, yeah.
Yeah, so this is like this is like where we can hit. When we go into our financials, we don't actually believe we can get the full market share, obviously. So if you look at the number of bookings of our sets, by our third year, we're hitting 40,000 bookings. Over to Michelle to speak to how we're going to reach our users.
Thanks, Ayush. So good morning, judges. I know it's very early, but I also wanted to take the time to really introduce you to our team before we move on to our implementation plan. So Ayush and I are both business and computer science graduates, so we have built software, and that's why we are confident in the website approach compared to something more physical and more labor intensive. And Yoran has over 2 years of different experiences in marketing, and he will be our chief marketing officer to implement the different strategies I'll be talking about today. So let's start and cover the overall strategy, where in the first year, we'll be primarily focusing on building and really launching the foundation of our startup. And in the second year, that's when we're going to be taking the time to really refine, define our details, expand the different users and different location partners. And finally, in year 3, that's when we plan to scale beyond Saskatchewan, even though Saskatchewan is a truly beautiful place. And throughout the presentation and throughout my implementation plan, the different KPIs that we'll be personally measuring is the number of locations, because that's what you care about as a filmmaker. You want variety, you want diversity, and we also care about the number of filmmakers that are using our application, as well as the number of times that they are coming back and becoming a repeated user for us. And lastly, as we continue to grow our startup, we realize that the value of transactions on our application is going to be even more monumental. So in our first year, that's what we're using our investment for. We'll primarily be taking 0 to 4 months to really develop the application. And the reason why we are taking the time to develop the application is because we want something that we can pitch to, especially to these small business owners as we expand to like bigger parks, to different governments. We want a prototype and a minimum viable product that they can really see and really find value in. And in the next phase, after we sort of set up our developer team, the different servers, and an MVP, we'd like to actually take the time to scout the different location owners in Saskatchewan. And we know that 2 months might seem like a stretch, but we are also gathering their feedback, trying to incorporate that into our MVP, and trying to find the best product that will suit their needs as well as filmmaker needs. Following that process, we want to do a pilot with them for a month, where we want to sort of find a group of filmmakers and try to see whether they're able to really find value in this application, whether they're finding that it is more transparent, that they do find perhaps more information than having to spend the time and money to come to a set, talk to a representative, instead of just coming to our website and looking at the different pictures, videos, and information that's already there.
Question for you.
Yes.
Is your target market then small businesses that are trying to grow and market with short films, or is it short film producers?
Okay, that's a really interesting question. So fun story is we realized that it is sort of a two-sided marketplace, and for implementation, we have to consider both. But in terms of our first year, we will be focusing first on the small business owners, the landowners, because if we don't have people to put their locations on our website, then we can't give value to the filmmakers who really need this application. So we'll be focusing on the location owners first. Hope that answers your question. Following that, in our first year, we do think that we can launch this application and meet the filmmakers, the different set producers in Saskatchewan, and start delivering value. And obviously, because we are a software, we have to keep iterating as well. So on to our go-to market, which we do understand it is a two-sided marketplace. The first market that we're going to be focusing on is the location owners. So even though in the beginning, Yoran did mention the beautiful national parks, the beautiful big government locations, we understand that in our first year, we're still a startup and we need to build our credibility before we can eventually reach out to those clients. So we will be targeting the small location owners such as, and our key message will be, let us help you gain awareness and increase your revenue streams, because now you can use your set as a way for you to gain revenue by helping these filmmakers and really be a part of the film community in Saskatchewan while also increasing brand awareness. And in terms of our marketing channels, Yoran, our trusted CMO, will be actually going out there and conducting these direct sales pitches to these different business owners, because we recognize that trust is going to be a huge part of our business model. And we will also be giving different incentives as we launch the strategy, such as perhaps an early listing offer, where if you come partner with us within the first year, we'll try to put you at the top for perhaps the restaurant category. And we also see a huge potential to collaborate with the businesses that are already involved in the Sask Chamber of Commerce and different, perhaps small business meetups. Yes?
Good question. Can you help me understand, so would they be actually filming at this location, at the restaurant, or you're trying to get them that they're gonna be filming at a nearby location and yet then the restaurant would be getting business?
Yeah, we think that's a great question. So it is going to be filming at the locations. How it's going to work is you're going to have location owners list up their locations, regarding how open they are to, renting out their locations to various film studios, the hours that they would prefer, as well as the days of the year, in which case where it might not be feasible for them. And then film set scouters or producers will then go onto the platform and be able to quickly and easily see all the various filming locations throughout Saskatchewan, as well as be able to go into each one to see the logistics as well as details on how to then make that booking happen.
Joanna Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin.
Morning, Creative Saskatchewan. Oh, I've always wanted to do that. It's one of my favorite movie references, and given the circumstances of why we're here today, I thought it was appropriate. My name is Ryan, and I'm the CEO of Hotspot. I'm here today with Kobe, our CFO, and Anushka, our COO. And today we are asking you for $285,000 for 20% of our organization. I want to ask you a question. Who here is from a small town? Okay, good to see. Lots of small towners here. Now, I'm not from a small town, but I was fortunate enough to have an experience playing hockey in one. And man, let me tell you, our bus leaves for playoffs, the whole town comes out to support. Everyone is there for the big event. You know what else are some pretty cool events is making movies. But they're not necessarily done in where we believe they can be. So what we want to do is introduce the range of Saskatchewan's people to an experience that they may have not experienced before. The film industry in Saskatchewan is a diamond in the rough. We see three key problems with production, the industry, and utilization, being that finding sites is very difficult and a lengthy process. Loss of those key financial incentives that have once again returned caused almost $20 million in deficits to this industry. And Saskatchewan is full of opportunities, not only in the land, but within the people, the community that are so passionate about where they live. We have to you today an agency that assists producers in Canada locate film sites and match it with locations using AI when they upload their script. So what we are going to be doing as a team is going to these places in Saskatchewan outside of Regina and Saskatoon and getting deeper into the culture. We're going to be going to towns such as Moose Jaw, Weybourne, Melfort, and 27 others, bringing them onto our team to develop a catalog of why their community can be a great place to set up for filming. When producers visit our site or our agency, they will upload a Dropbox of their script, and then our AI algorithm, based on that script, will show them locations, different sites, props, people that can be used within their film, and it will be ranked in order of costs.
Diving into our target market, we identified this as a double-sided market where we will need partnerships for building this catalog that we're looking to build. And also, we're looking at film producers who will use our product ultimately. So diving into our client, we're looking at city councils like Melfort, Saskatchewan, where we are looking to help them tap into an untapped market in the film industry. We're looking to help them drive their revenues from market externalities. We're looking at seeing be promoted and building tourism as well as an externality effect from this industry. In terms of film producers, we're looking at small budgetary film producers from 1 to 3 million who are looking to cut costs right now because currently they have really high costs of per day renting these locations, such as $35,000.
Within North America, $505 billion is spent on the film industry every year. Now, the area that we're targeting in the film industry specifically is within location scouting. And for this, $1.5 million will be spent in 2027, $300 million of which towards locations such as ones that you will find in Saskatchewan. Now, in 2027, we believe that we will achieve a revenue of $2.1 million. So now that you know the problems that we're solving, the solution that we've created with HotSet, the customers that we're serving, the municipalities, and the production companies, I would love to answer a question that I'm sure is top of mind for all of you. How are you going to make money? So, we charge a fee every time a contract is negotiated between a municipality to have filming and a production company to film there.
essentially we take a similar approach to Airbnb, where we charge a 3%. We charge 3% of that initial contract. On average, we believe each of these contracts will be around $50,000. And in 2024, we will have 100 contracts, which will and $1,800 per contract, which will result in $180,000 in revenue just next year. We're going to be selling primarily through our website and by reaching out to producers directly. At this time, I'd love to pass on to Anushka, who will explain more about how we're going to be selling it.
So, looking into our go-to-market, we divided this into 3 different phases, starting with our pre-launch, launch, and growth. We're looking at our pre-launch phase by developing this catalog and also the AI system that will support this search. And we're looking to build our team so that we can actually build our website, a team of videographers, photographers, and location scout, so that we can actually build this catalog. We're also looking to develop relationships during this time with Saskatchewan City Council members. In terms of launch, we're looking at building our online catalog. Now, we are looking at having at least 30 small towns onto our location catalog, starting with Regina and Saskatoon. In terms of marketing, we're looking at having search engine optimization for our website, such that it is top all the film producers search. And cold calls to reach out to these city council members, as well as website marketing for promoting our website. We're looking at growth opportunities in terms of talent acquisition as well as set development, and also exploring other geographic expansions for building our catalog further outside of Saskatchewan.
Now, if there's no further questions at this time, we would just like to continue towards our ask, but the floor is open.
I'd like to ask, why specifically are you targeting only 30 small towns and not one?
Yeah, that's actually a great question that we believe right off the start, we want to target these 30 small towns in order to get a good proof of concept. We know that Saskatchewan has almost as many small towns as Manitoba does have lakes, and we would love to bring them into our system and create Saskatchewan to be entirely itself a hot set. But yeah, no further questions right now. Oh yeah,
So
go ahead, sir.
$1,800 a contract, I think it said. What does a contract look like? Is that based on a successfully chosen location by the film producers?
Yes, that's a great question. I appreciate you bringing that forward. If that was unclear, I do apologize. So the contracts are contracts for locations and eventually contracts to acquire like talent, like actors and individuals who will be starring in the productions themselves. So every time a film producer wants to go to a location and really film there, they have to pay a fee. Typically that fee is about $35,000 per day. And typically it takes about a day and a half to 2 days really to get that filming done. And these contracts are typically around $60,000, $70,000. We're gonna be taking about 3% of these contracts and using them towards our own revenue so that we can begin to make money.
Yes, sir.
So if you can just walk us through the relocation under contracts and how you come up, and then how are you targeting the small producers $1 to $3 million? How does all these numbers work?
Right, so I can take that. We're looking at small producers because we see currently them as the biggest market in terms of untapped market. Because we see that small producers currently have very limited budget constraints, and so we want to support them. And we see this as a very useful way to actually get started and have a proof of concept where we can continue to build further so that we can expand our market to even larger producers later down the line. Why we chose 30 locations at first, we see that 30 locations would be a good start to build our catalogs. We're approximating for each location to have at least 5 to 7 set locations so that we can have at least about 180 to 200 locations in our catalog when we launch.
And what does city councils have to do with
So we believe that when we go to these city councils, we want them to help us guide them around what they believe would be the best to go for this. So we see we're leveraging 3 fundamental key pillars in this opportunity: the community based in Saskatchewan, the government grants, and the vast opportunities and facilities within these towns. The reason why we're going to city council themselves is because if they sign the contract with us, then that means that producers can't go behind our backs and go film at these locations. They, once these communities are with us, then all the filming that is done is there because we will be kind of their marketing catalyst to get them there. Additionally, the crews, people, the participation from the town is going to really bolster, not only create jobs, but economic activity within those towns. So that's why we are going there.
Okay, so as a risk mitigation strategy company?
Yeah,
Just to follow up on that question, filming in a small town, you're likely going to be dealing with private small businesses, private land. Is it on the municipalities, or are you guys going to help negotiate those, or is it on the municipalities? Sort of those.
yeah, see,
issues that
that's,
might come up there.
yeah, that's why we do want to build strong relationships with the municipalities. That's actually two great risks that we have identified. Firstly, the communities won't want to participate. We believe it's low just because of the tremendous economic benefit that we will be able to bring them. We are going to be meeting with those decision makers to make sure that isn't the case, but if not, we can also pivot and focus on those privately owned businesses themselves.
So when the producers drop their script to find locations, is there a pre-contract set? How would you, like, monitor the progress? Like, I'm a producer, I just drop and I found a location and I don't need you anymore, I can do myself. Is there a pre-contract set with the council or like with whoever dropped in that case?
Yes, so what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be going to these city councils and we're gonna have to be signing them to exclusivity contracts. Now, exclusivity contracts may seem slightly unreasonable, however, we do believe that it is actually perfectly reasonable because these small towns are towns that really are not active in the film industry at this point, and this is gonna be an avenue for them to enter. We also do wanna go to some bigger cities eventually. Those ones won't be as exclusive contracts, but we do plan to have some contracts in place with them, and we won't only have contracts in place with them, but also the producers who will have an understanding that if they're looking for services on our site, they will have to pay a 3% fee on their contract.
So that $35,000 fee that you're expecting as an average daily fee, is that going directly to the owner of the location that will be videoed on, or is some of it going to be going to the city council?
So the thing we mentioned was actually an approximate that they are currently paying to these site managers for current day rent for their shooting. What we are doing is actually undercutting this cost, and that is why we are bringing low-cost budget film producers to actually benefit from this, as we are providing these site locations at a much lower cost for them. That is why we believe that we will help them save costs.
And if you kind of think of it in terms of Airbnb, the producers are the people looking for a home, the towns are the ones with the home, and we are the platform kind of connecting them together and making that possible.
Okay, but just on that note, if you're bringing it at a lower cost and you're charging a 3% fee, then the amount that you get per contract wouldn't be $1,800?
So we charge per contract for them to set up with us, and then we also get a 3% share on the revenues that they make from using their location. The reason, go ahead.
So likely a lower average daily rental then?
Yes,
Okay.
for them, yes,
Just to confirm.
yes. So we're gonna just quickly go through the rest until our ask, and then we're gonna go through some additional things as well. So the film landscape across Canada, there's quite a big industry here, BC, Manitoba, Ontario, and Saskatchewan. We believe with the backlog, availability, and cost, that is really what does set us apart, and especially with our increased quality. We are going to be leveraging connections with production companies and utilizing them to make sure that we are building the most connections and making Saskatchewan the most attractive place to film. We are the only digital agency that is going to be using AI to empower location scouts to find locations super easily, just by uploading a PDF into our Dropbox. It's as simple as that. They will have prompts with all different kinds of sites, features, landmarks. Our solution is very scalable across Canada and North America. We believe that this could be something that goes completely global. AI does create this process to be super easy, and with the complexity of how AI is nowadays, with the solution already existing, the implementation for us will be quite simple. And I think what really drives it home here in Saskatchewan is that we are going to be driving business within those local economies, something that is super important to our province.
So today, we would like to ask you, once again, for $285,000 for 20% of our company, so that you can help us turn Saskatchewan into a hot set. Now, in 2023, we're gonna be in 30 locations, which is gonna allow us to really shift from prototype to MVP. In 2024, our product will be launched and will begin to sell. And in 2026, just about a year and a half after launching, we will break even. And in 2027, we will finally give you an opportunity to exit with 8 times your initial investment.
Further into our implementation plan, we're looking at our pre-launch, starting with the development of our AI and catalog. So we're looking at actually using the location scouts and the videographers to actually help us build this catalog, and simultaneously we'll be using machine learning to actually develop the AI system. And we're looking at building the relationships, as we mentioned, with those city council members. Our milestone for this is we're looking at a 98% effectiveness for suggested locations by the AI system. For testing, we're looking at testing this AI-based system using the script input that producers can actually drop into our system, and they will see the suggested locations automatically. We're looking at having our MVP ready by the end of quarter 3, 2023. And for awareness, we're looking at having marketing cold calls to reach these city council members to build these partnerships. And we're also looking at website marketing to actually promote these Saskatchewan locations that we'll be beautifully shooting to develop these documented series. Going further into our launch, we're looking at having a sales of at least, when we start, having 30 locations onto our catalog. Marketing will continue having the same marketing. We're going to have outbound and inbound marketing to continue further and develop those connections. For feedback, we're looking at having our milestone to be the number of approved locations. We see that 75% of the having approved locations is a good KPI to measure the success of our AI system. And we're going to constantly use this to improve our system. We're looking at marketing costs of $100,000 during this phase.
Did you say that you're using?
No, we're actually building the system using the machine learning that we're actually scouting, and we're building this to feeding data into our system to build this AI.
But this time, I would love to walk you through our financials. Can you just go back? Yes. So in 2023, it should be noted that we will have a small amount of revenue. And the reason for this is we really want to make sure that you're getting the most out of your investment possible. In fact, the 3 of us, rather than using the AI, we're going to try and function and see how the AI should work itself by getting on calls ourselves with producers, which will enable us to really get contracts with them. In 2023-5, we're going to break even. And if you can move to the next slide. So in revenue, one of our key assumptions is that our average contract size is going to increase over time. Now, this is for a couple of reasons. Firstly, we're going to be going after bigger studios after we've developed a reputation among smaller ones and really have ourselves as a brand name in location scouting. Secondly, there will be inflation, and then this market is just going to be growing. So it's also going to cost about $35,000 per day to film, but we understand that it will be a bit lower cost in this market, probably around $25,000 to $30,000 per day.
And just before we move on, any last questions as we go? If not, we can just let Kobe continue with the financials.
Any other big assumptions other than the fact that the cost will go?
Oh, yeah.
Or the
Continue,
contract
Kobe.
size will go, sorry?
Any other? On here, no, but as we keep progressing forward, we will see a few more. So in our cost of goods sold, one of our key assumptions is firstly is that our cost of goods sold is actually going to be primarily the Amazon Web Services. Sorry, this is actually an outdated slide. I unfortunately forgot to update it. So our primary cost of goods sold is Amazon Web Services, which is where we'll be running our AI platform based off of, using it for database processing and all of the other computer needs that we have. We're also going to be having costs for maintenance and support, which is going to be integral to ensuring that users are able to use properly, and if you can move forward. So in regards to headcount, it's going to be essential that we hire 3 software developers in our first year, which are going to really just build the product for us. In regards to sales and marketing, we're really going to be starting with just us. And then in 2024, we're going to be hiring some individuals, both for sales and marketing, and so that we can really grow our operations and scale and make sure that things are operating properly. We can move forward. And in our income statement, what you'll see is that we've accounted for a variety of costs, including the operational costs, sales and marketing, our executive salaries, legal, and insurance. And for cash flow statement, we should note is that we have, thankfully, we have already secured $80,000 in investments from friends and family. And we will be applying for grants such as IRAP and SHRED, which we will be able to apply for because we are creating an innovative product which will enable us to really ensure that those grants get accomplished.
If you go back one slide to wages and salaries, the wages of the 3 executive team doesn't change through the next 5 years, so it's 40,000. Is that going to be enough to keep the executive team incentivized throughout the growth of the company?
100%. We believe that we're going to be looking at quite a big exit opportunity. We believe in our team putting the work in early gets the job done later. And yeah, that's all we want to do. We do believe that we're highly motivated just because of how much potential we see in such an untapped diamond in the rough.
Yeah. And then it's also critical that we're going to be maintaining at least $20,000 in remaining cash balance at all times.
If there's no further questions right now, she might be putting her hand up soon, so I'll just go over these last 2 risks that we didn't touch on earlier. So there is a risk always with AI that it fails to make accurate assumptions. Our mitigation will be that we are going to be watching all the catalog submissions and creating tags on them to make it easy for the AI to filter through popular language within film. Additionally, we are going to be leveraging existing AI like OpenAI, but we are going to be customizing it specifically to the film industry, as that's where we do see AI going. Right now it's very general, but in the future AI is going to be very custom towards a certain experience. If that doesn't go as planned, we will get humans to analyze the videos and create write-ups on locations and provide submissions, but that is highly unlikely. Lastly, producers don't want to partner with us. This is medium risk. Our mitigation is to contract with the location owners themselves, similar to kind of how we're going to be working around if the municipalities don't go forward with us. And if not a contingency at the end of the day, we will become our own production company and utilize small towns, and that will be our niche.
Yes. So today, once again, we would like to ask for $285,000 for 20% of our company, which is going to allow you to exit with 8 times your investment in 2027 and help turn Saskatchewan into a hot set. Now, the way that we'll be making money is a model similar to Airbnbs. We have 2 sides. We have the municipalities and other site managers who will be providing the locations. We have the producers who need the locations to film their movies, and we'll be taking a 3% fee on the contracts between these based on our existing exclusivity contracts with them otherwise.
Looking at our go-to-market, we're looking at finally actually expanding further into talent acquisition as well as set development to actually capitalize on the extensive market that is available in this opportunity.
So we do see key problems here today: production, industry, and utilization, and we really want to drive it home that Saskatchewan is a hidden gem in the film industry with a lot of promise, especially within small towns. We see that our solution through AI, having the ability to produce catalogs and marketing for these small towns, an easy, user-friendly solution for producers, and an AI-powered suggestion tool that makes that process very streamlined. Our mission is to involve all of Saskatchewan in the film industry and untap in this market, and our vision is to turn Saskatchewan not only into the Hollywood of Canada,
pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Rory Wheat, Cole Thorpe, Maeve Kelleher, Mahandre Bunsey, and Jana Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up time cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you may begin.
In Canada, we have a growing film industry, but as we've noticed, that growing is lacking here in Saskatchewan. We are a team of hobbyists, a team of friends who at the start of the pandemic had a little more free time than we were supposed to, and we decided to take that time to delve into our passion, which is visual effects. We spent hours upon hours sitting in front of dingy computers, building up our skills, practicing, making projects, and building our portfolios. Yet what we noticed is that actual skilled professionals, friends of ours even, with actual industry experience, never stayed in Saskatchewan. Why would they? There was no opportunities here. Nothing to build a life that they could sustain, a dream that they want to achieve. So, we would like to introduce ourselves. We are Saskatchewans. Here, with my partners, Parker and Emery. My name is Syra, and we would like to start the VFX industry here in Saskatchewan. There's not many opportunities here for such a company, but we would like to be the first to step forward and introduce such a company to our province. We would like to start small, and we have started small. With our close film community here, we have started working on tiny film projects, a commercial or two, a hobby project even, some not even released. And with that, we realized that there is an opportunity, however small it may be. But considering the recent moves into investing more into our film industry, we thought that it would be time, no matter how small that spark is, to grab it and turn our dreams into reality. To be able to contact our old friends who left and say, hey, you can come back now. We have some opportunities here. You can come and partake in our growth that we're building. And eventually, we want to build a VFX industry here where we grow and raise our own skilled professionals.
Today we're asking you for a grant of $820,000. This grant is going to be put well to use in establishing ourselves as Saskatchewan's premier special effects company. I'm going to go over all the costs that we are going to be able to use this grant and put it towards. So right now, SaskFX is run out of our garage in our shared home. We'd like to bring this into a professional office space so we can do our best possible work in the most professional setting. We've allotted a moving and rental cost of $60,000. We found a 2,300 square foot office space for rent in Regina that we can rent for $3,800 per month. The $60,000 is enough that we are able to purchase a moving truck as well as crew, furnish the office at a cost of around $10,000. We're not going to be fancy, and rent the space for the entire year. We're going to spend $400,000 on upgrading our film equipment so we can do the best possible work and get our name known for our quality work. We're going to spend $250,000 on motion capture technology so we can do more technical film projects, $100,000 on editing and animation software, so we're able to expand our repertoire of commercials as well as film projects we can do, and $150,000 on film with cameras to get the best possible visual quality. Staff training. We're gonna spend a lot of money on staff training, so we have the best and most qualified staff in all of Saskatchewan and Western Canada. We're gonna spend $50,000 on headhunting and recruiting people who are qualified professionals, as well as people who are just really interested in special effects. We're gonna spend $40,000 mostly in time, as well as cost of training our new staff on how to use all of our equipment that we've just purchased. And $110,000 on technical trainings, teaching new techniques. We might outsource some of this training as we cannot teach all of it at this time, but we hope that in the future, we will be able to become a school and teach all of it in-house. We're going to also market ourselves, both to Western Canada as well as the rest of the world. We're going to spend $145,000 on digital marketing and ads through social media, as well as the internet. And we're going to spend $35,000 traveling to film festivals to market ourselves directly to filmmakers and production companies.
Hi everyone. So for our first year, we believe that we can get a $300,000 total income. This comes from our labor. Costs will be $180,000. Internet and cloud storage. These are extremely expensive and they total $30,000. With $40,000 in rent and $1,000 utilities, and on 20% capital tax, we will incur a total cost of $311,000. Now, although $11,000 in debt, we will be $11,000 in debt for the first year, our projections for the following years are looking good. At almost $440,000 the next year, we have $100,000 profit. We're growing at a substantial rate that we believe we can achieve through growing our company and through additional hires.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's a question. Just before the financials, can you talk a little bit about the staff training? So, like, do you already have people, like, or you guys gonna be involved in the business as technical person, and the staff training is about is for you, or you just investing starting from scratch?
It would be mostly for the new hires, but as well as ourselves. We're going to be doing as much of the training as we can. Some of this number is from the time it'll take just away from the business that we're putting into training our staff, as well as sending them away and being trained professionally as well for specialized techniques.
And a big important point to that is we ourselves also lack industry experience. And so some of this training is also going to be for us as well. And another important part of that is that while we are looking for quality professionals from the get-go, that is our goal. Ultimately, realistically, many of that won't be in Saskatchewan. And as I've stated before, we have a local strong community with many people that are interested. And as we've stated, we'd like to give them the opportunity to get that training and get working.
Where did your assumptions on revenue come from?
Our assumptions on revenue are coming from the fact that we believe at a salary of $60,000, each artist could pull in between $100,000 and $200,000 with a low estimate of $100,000. Yeah, we were able to look at marketing trends. The FX industry is growing about 13% year over year. So by 2023, it's projected to be about $9 billion worldwide. So we believe that cross-referencing with the information that we're able to achieve those numbers.
We've also, I apologize.
What exactly is the product or service, and who is paying you that $100,000 to $120,000?
Yeah, 100%. So we are actually able to contract with other companies. So companies will put out a word, or let's say a company is making an indie project for a gaming. They can say, we want to get this done for this many hours at this time, and it's more of a contract job, or you can put in bids for that too. And so we're able to connect with other people in other industries.
And currently, with the way that these things work, oftentimes they'll propose to us a scene, let's say. Is this possible? How much time will it take? And again, then the contract is drawn out. And considering the fact that there are little to no local providers of this kind of service, they would likely either come to us first, and considering our strong connections with the local community, even we could possibly reach out to them. Hey, you got this indie thing going on? I have a few people that can fill in some of the work that you need to do. Make it a little bigger, make it a little better. Make things that you didn't think were achievable through just traditional filming a little more achievable in a way that's not as costly, because we're here local and we can work with you directly.
And just to add on your other question before, sir, and this also ties into this one, we want to be able to be a one-stop shop for everything. So that's why the staff training is so expensive. We have such a large equipment cost because we want to be able to do everything. If Saskatchewan needs something, we want to be able to say yes.
On that topic, so equipment upgrades, you indicate 400,000, but that total on there is actually 500,000. If you look at 250, 100, and 150, so you're missing $100,000 there. You counted for that? 250,000 plus 100,000 plus 150 is actually a total of 500,000.
Our apologies, we got one of the numbers wrong.
Okay,
There's a typo.
so it is 400,000 is the
It
correct.
should be
That's correct.
200,000 for motion capture and 100,000 for film cameras.
That's correct. And keep in mind, 1 in 8 people in Saskatchewan are small business owners. Those businesses are looking to market themselves and expand their customer base. There's a lot of opportunities for small commercials and marketing, and we're able to fill that need with special effects.
So would you say that's your target audience, is the small
That would,
businesses?
yeah, absolutely, small businesses as well as film.
So
How are you going to connect with the film industry?
That would be under our cost analysis. We are marketing towards small businesses. So we're gonna be putting out ads on places such as website builders, and we're also known in the Saskatchewan community. We've lived here all our lives in Regina, and we're gonna market to people we know, as well as just make ourselves known with billboards and other ads.
And because we wanted to work so well with Saskatchewan, we're targeting it so that there is also long-term contracts as well as doing short-term contracts, so we have the flexibility to take on anything Regina needs.
And so there's a few things that we wanted to point out with our local community as well as beyond that. First of all, we are a small but passionate community here. I mean, it has to be that way. There's not a lot of people around, but the ones that are here are tight-knit. The tax cut, or the reduction in support in general, really not only made the community smaller, but it made us tighter. We work together more. We know each other more. We know who's who and what project they want to do or what project they are doing. And that's definitely a strength that we have. There's close connections, and we want to utilize those connections. As well as the community is passionate. They're willing to do what they need to do to get their dreams realized. Furthermore, as we stated before, there is a lack of skilled labor in general and specifically VFX, as well as a lack of industry experience within our team and possibly the people we want to hire. And so again, we wanted to address that by including a lot of training and a lot of practice for everybody involved. But there are some upsides to this. There is an overall growing Canadian film economy. Films, especially in hard times like COVID or recessions, are important. In the 2009 recession, a lot of people actually went to the movie theaters. It was a form of escapism. And as, well, the future might look a little rocky. Investing in film and expanding our film industry is important. And VFX is one of those integral parts of the film industry now that is currently growing even faster than before. As more technologies come out, VR, AR, video games, they become more complex. More artists are having their performances on games and online platforms. There are possibly more and more uses for technologies and skills like this that we should take control of and enjoy the benefits from. There are some threats, local community. We have a small market. It's hard for us to get a foothold, as well as an intense competition outside of Saskatchewan. This is going to be our biggest struggle. How are we going to take such a small opportunity and then take that opportunity and become so competitive that we can survive out of it? But that's the challenge we're willing to take.
All right, for our timeline, for 2023, number one is to expand. By 2024, we're building our portfolio. We want to expand because we want to make a name for ourselves. Not just in Saskatchewan, but countrywide, so that people can come and they can, and then at that point, we're going to build our portfolio, and then we'll start our course. We not only want to build a community that's successful in making things, but we want to build a community that's successful with growing. We want to develop a training course academy. At this point, we can not only recruit people, but we can grow with them. So that Regina and Saskatchewan becomes the industry gold standard for visual effects.
What was the thinking, sorry, just go back to 1 second. What was the thinking behind starting the training courses in 2027 versus, as a revenue stream versus focusing on that earlier, or maybe just that versus producing the event?
Yeah, for sure. We found we wanted to give ourselves a couple of years just to get situated. So we found, especially with the $200,000 investment, we felt we're really good, but we want to be experts. And we want to have really good people around us too, so that not only we can teach, but others can teach. And sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Sorry, I'll clarify a bit. Why did you not decide from the start to just focus on training courses and like subscription-based or course-based business model?
So the reasoning behind this is that we wanted to build a reputation first and foremost. Why would people want to go to school here rather than quite literally anywhere else? Many VFX courses are offered just online for people to take. And so when we were considering starting just with the training courses, we were thinking, yeah, but why? If it's going to be cheap, people will come over cheap, but then they'll expect low quality. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to build a reputation, some portfolio behind us. Here's proof that Saskatchewan has got it. We have the work, we have the results, and we have the quality. So people want to go to school here. So people will come to approach us and say, hey, I've seen your good work. I want to study here. I know a couple friends who went to Japan for their animations because they grew up watching Studio Ghibli. It wasn't that, oh, let's go to Japan because it's great. It was, let's go to Japan for school because they put out good work. And that was the reasoning behind this and behind our timeline. And we wanted to give ourselves several years because nothing is more reliable than consistency. And so over time, we want to build this portfolio, then start the training courses, the way the foundation is solid, and we can build a future, a sustainable future for VFX artists here in Saskatchewan.
Did that answer your question? This is just a breakdown of the first year. So, right by the first 3 months, we want to move into this new office. We've given our times to take our equipment, collect ourselves, and to get into this office. We want to situate ourselves and continue working. We want to do both. We want to do it all. Then by that point, we call it our ground running phase. We start production. At this point, we will have our team. We will have everything ready to go. We will be working. And by December, of course, we are going to reevaluate and adjust. We'll see, does this studio work? Are our employees working out well? Is training a viable option? Could we possibly purchase new equipment? Could we possibly purchase more better equipment?
And to add on to this, when it comes to reevaluating and adjusting, we have, as I've stated, our vision to grow a VFX community here that's sustainable. So part of our reevaluation is looking back and thinking, is this future-proof? Is what we've done this past year carryable to further years? And so with this journey, eventually our end goal is to say, hey, 10 years, 12 years, 20 years down the line, we have a school. We have multiple studios. Maybe some started by our own students that focus on different industries. And we're able to say we've built a community that we're proud of, and that was our initial vision and mission. So what we're doing here is not just making movies. It's not just making films. It's not just hobbyists wanting to take an opportunity to actually do what we want with our lives. Here is beyond that. We want to jumpstart an economy. We want to do whatever we can to make sure that our fellow friends can come back because they want to come back home. They left because they couldn't find a job, not because they wanted to live somewhere else to a far-fetched dream. Their dreams were here. Their dreams were built here and it was grown here with our friends, communities, and each other. And that's the reason why we want to look beyond just us. We want to look just beyond being a studio. Being a studio is our starting point. It's not our end point. We can all even work independently. VFX artists are known to do contractual work, but that's the reason why we came together, to start something that is greater than the sum of whatever we could do individually.
So like with the post-COVID one, like, we not engine business, is there something like, do we have, like, for example, Saskatchewan, we have the John Hopkins soundstage one, is there possibility to leverage facilities if you consider instead of renting your own and having that fixed cost, for 4 or 5 years? Or did you consider like using the facilities of Saskatchewan's offering?
Great question. Because visual effects is so specialized and we need such specialized equipment, the Johns Hopkins facility would not be really applicable for our use. We would want to have our own in-house facility where we can store equipment as well as use it. As you saw, our equipment costs are extremely high. We're buying expensive equipment and we need it to be stored safely and securely, and we don't really want to leave that up to like a third-party area where potentially it could get damaged or stolen. We want to protect our as well as your investment.
It also future-proofs us at this point. If we were ever to start schooling, we want to be able to have a space where they practice their VFX. And that, well, to have and practice VFX, you need the green screen, the motion capture equipment, all of the cameras and everything for us to get started and going.
If we were to commit to building a building right away, it would almost shoebox us in. At the start, it would be really good, but at what point do you outgrow it?
We want to be able to grow with our space. At the point in time where we acquire enough revenue, where we're able to purchase our own property and building and make it exactly as we need to be, including our visual effects school, we'll definitely cross that bridge when we come to it. Before you asked why we want to start a business first before the school, we want to have a solid revenue source that we can put towards the school.
And so I would like to thank you all today for coming here and considering and thinking about and maybe investing in the dream of 3 hobbyists who just want to make their dreams reality and kind of don't want to move out. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you have a great day.
Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Rory Wheat, Cole Thorpe, Maeve Kelleher, Mahandre Bugsy, and Janet Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned silent and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. When we think about the film industry, we often think about glitz and glamour and Hollywood scandal. But what we often forget is all of the freelancers that also go into creating those projects. These freelancers are often working at difficult skills like maybe animation or set design or editing and so many more things that are often overlooked. But what's really overlooked is that they're lacking a platform to book their gigs in a way that is both safe, consistent, and where they're able to really showcase their talent. My name's Maya, and along with my colleagues Becca and Ella, we're here to present to you Remote. So we've identified a few problems in the film industry, specifically in Canada and Saskatchewan, that we want to outline. First off, it's difficult for freelancers to get good connections and good jobs. In addition, there's a lack of film professionals in Saskatchewan, which makes it even harder to put productions on in the area. And lastly, in the film industry, we often hear about problems of workplace safety, and that's something that we think should really be addressed when trying to create a platform. So our solutions, first off, is to connect workers in the film industry all in one place where it's super easy for them to both hear about new projects going on and expand their own networks. In addition, we want to offer a means to hire remotely. As we see in this post-pandemic world, most industries are doing a lot of remote work, and we feel that the film industry can use an extra push to really bring in more people. Specifically in Saskatchewan, where we're trying to bring in more film professionals, there's really this great opportunity to bring in outward talent through our platform. And lastly, by creating an anonymous feedback solution, we want to try to eliminate situations of fraud or workplace harassment, which can often be really dangerous in the film industry. So, to go through our user experience and what our platform is really going to do. What we're trying to create is a two-sided platform that will connect film industry professionals with producers who are creating new projects. So how our user experience would kind of go would be that film professionals will be able to make a profile where they share their availability, their past experience, they can introduce themselves to colleagues, and they can even share high-quality videos of their past work to showcase their talent. Producers will then be able to hire for projects by posting the positions that are available and what kind of schedule they're looking for. And lastly, we're going to allow users to review their past colleagues through a verified reviewing system that will remain anonymous to try to create that safety in the environment. And we also want the platform to spotlight Saskatchewan by having productions that are happening in the area be featured on the app more often and have free boosts to help them add to the film industry in the area. So our revenue streams. To make money on this platform, we'll be using website profile boosts. So we'll allow people to pay to have their profile come to the top, or we will allow producers making new projects to pay to have their project come up as one of the top ones on it. And one of the big features we wanted to add to make Saskatchewan a highlighted area is to allow them free boosts if you're making a project in the area. Another revenue stream is profile subscription fees. So if you want to have a gold membership or a boosted profile consistently, people can have a subscription option, but there will also be a free option to avoid any barriers to entry. And lastly, we want to make our final revenue stream through advertisements on the platform, specifically advertisements for other things that are relevant to the film industry.
Hi, I'm Ella, and so I'm going to be focusing on our addressable market. And so in the Canadian film industry, and so there's 117,000 current full-time employment, and so this doesn't include part-time workers. So this number is actually quite higher. So we're going to be focusing on producers. So producers are people who want to create a new film. This can be businesses, or this can be already existing producer companies. We're also going to be focusing on working professionals, and in the film industry, that includes filmmakers, like videographers, animators, and post-production officers. And so we're also going to focus on students. And so these are students in universities like this who are focusing on film, who want to be an animator, who are actors and editors. And this platform will help new talent be able to spark, because old producers and companies will have to adapt to these new recruitments. So our initial marketing push is video advertising campaign. So video can grasp your attention longer than a static post. So we are going to use videos and highlighting a collaborative network of film and video professionals connected through our platform. So we're going to do a series of reels and short videos as well as a short film. This will really allow our viewers to connect and really understand that our users are real people. So reaching our customer. For students, we're going to be doing university presentations, job fairs, and sponsored events. We're going to be doing social media advertising because everyone uses it. And for professionals, we're going to do sponsored film events, social media advertising, and sponsor lead professionals in the community. So this could be lead animators, lead videographers, lead actors, so that it will really get their following on our program. And we're also going to do producers, and through this, we're going to do cold calls or just set up sales meetings and see why they can find their employers here.
Hello, my name is Becca, and today I'm really excited to talk to you about our financial projections, but before I get into that, I'll talk about the elephant in the room, what we're looking for from you as investors. For our company, we're asking for a $300,000 initial investment in exchange for a 30% equity share in the company. The $300,000 will cover our expenses for the first year and part of the second year. This will just be our first investment push, and then once we have built a user base and can show further investors that we have the ability to grow and we have the ability to make profits, that will be when we do our second round of investment, where we believe that we can have kind of a stronger way of showing exactly how we can grow and exactly what we can do as a platform here in Saskatchewan and across the nation. The expected return on this investment is in year 6. I'm about to show you our financial projections, and that can show you exactly where we got these numbers from. And this is when the company will reach $1 million profit, and so you will see a return on that $300,000 investment. And as a platform that is obviously focused on kind of like in the digital age, we need to have people come onto this platform, and that's the only way we're going to make money. So the initial investment is going to be kind of higher because we're going to have to get people on this platform, and then once we have a consistent user base, that's when we're going to be able to have higher subscription fees, more advertising money. All of the things that are going to help you make profit in the long run are going to come later on once we're an established company and an established website. In terms of our finance, our income statement shows that we're hoping to make our first profitable year in year 3. Based on these numbers, we have found that our revenue streams will be from ad revenue, subscription fees, and profile boost, which Maya talked about earlier in the presentation. As you can see, the ad revenue is based on a weekly ad subscription where companies can pay for their ad to be shown for 1 week. The cost for these ads are going to increase over time as our user base grows. Naturally, companies are going to want to pay more once we have more people on the platform and users who are going to see their ads. As Maya talked about, it is going to be targeted to the film industry, so people such as artists who are doing costume design, film studios that want to bring people into film in their locations, that kind of thing, so that we feel that this will make our platform actually relevant to the users and not just bland ads about whatever shampoo they're using, because that's not why they're on this platform. They're on this platform to work, and they're on this platform to help build the community of filmmakers, and in this way our advertisers will actually help us do that. Next, we have our subscription fees. As you can see here, from quarters 1 to 4, we don't have any subscription fees, even though we will be launching in quarter 3. This is because as we are a company that won't have any users when we begin, we really want to push that initial adoption. So our subscription fees and our premium service will be free for any user that signs up in the first year. In this way, we hope to bring people in, and then once there is a base that's already existing, there's going to be a way higher incentive for people to want to sign up and be kind of top of mind for those producers. If there's only 10,000 producers, or there's only 10,000 actors, we understand that those subscriptions are going to be less valuable. So once we have more users, those subscriptions are going to become valuable to our users, and that is why we decided to wait to do the subscription fee in year 2. And
So your first subscribers will not pay for the first few months that they're on the platform, and then in year 2 they will pay, or they will still not pay?
I believe the way we would do that is that if you're an initial adopter and you get that premium in the first 6 months, you just keep the premium for the first 6 months as a way to reward those initial adopters, because we don't want people to come onto the platform and then leave because we're like, we gave you all these premium features and we're taking them away. Like, we understand how that would be really frustrating to our users. So as like a reward, as a part of the sign up, you get to keep your premium subscription if you've signed up in the first.
Subscription for life on the platform?
I'd say for the first, probably until we're expanding into having new features. Obviously, once we're adding new features, there's going to be like, oh, if we have something else where you can come to a conference or you add a video feature, those things, we're not going to just give them new features for free, but the initial features they can keep for their lifetime. Yeah, for sure.
So for the subscription fee, what is the cost breakdown?
The cost breakdown is that our subscription fees will be $15 a month, and that'll start in year 2. The way that we have found these numbers is that we estimated, based on our estimated user adoption, that if 5% of our estimated adopted users subscribe to this, and we get $15 a month for the year from these people, that is where we get the numbers for year 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So you're targeting almost 900, 3,000, just 3,000 in year 2?
In year 2, I don't know if the numbers, I think the income statement got a little bit formatted incorrectly, but the subscription fees number for year 2, I believe, is the $120,000. Yeah, that's the year 2 subscription fee. So that is based on a 20,000 user base, 20,000 users on the platform, and then 5% of those users use the subscription fee and pay $15 a month. That's the number we got. Yeah.
Is there any focus for Saskatchewan?
Saskatchewan specifically? Well, because we actually are going to be having. So wait, could you make the question more clear?
Is there any kind of more benefits to Saskatchewan, because we are Saskatchewan relatives to Saskatchewan, so
Yeah.
is there any benefit to actors or students or professional or producers from Saskatchewan to get free benefits or anything?
Yes, well, actually, I was just about to talk about that one in the next one. In terms of the profile boosts, basically what those are is that if you pay for a one-time profile boost, your actor profile or your company like production that you're making will go to the top of the feed that people see when they come on the app. So anyone who is making a film production in Saskatchewan gets those profile boosts for free if your film is located in Saskatchewan, because we know that there are those spaces in Saskatchewan that aren't getting used, and they have like such state-of-the-art things that really should be getting utilized in the film industry. So if you're making something in the Saskatchewan area, your film production will always be boosted to the top. So in that way, we're going to be bringing actors from across Canada into these film productions in Saskatchewan, because we know that the lack of talent here, as like the money has changed over the years, the lack of talent is something that is stopping film production from growing in Saskatchewan. So by promoting the specific productions that are here, that's how we're going to be bringing growth to the Saskatchewan industry.
One more question.
Sure.
Will the individual freelance professionals pay the same amount for subscriptions as the production companies?
No, the subscriptions for the production companies the subscriptions are actually just for the individual actors. The subscriptions are like you make your profile verified. So basically, if you have a subscription fee, then we have verified you as a company, and the film producers know that you've like had past experience. And we can also, if you have a subscription, recommend you to film productions. So like if we see that you have the experience that they need for that project, then when they post it, we'll put that specific actor, like this would be a good person for your project, but you only get that if you have the subscription fee. In terms of the profile boost, it is more expensive for productions. For that one, for the day, it'll be $50 for any producer that wants a profile boost of like their specific movie that they're making. And for actors, it'll just be $10 for the day to like boost them in for the producers. So the producers can like see their profile first when they're searching for actors that they want to reach out to for their productions.
You talked about user base being absolutely vital to your success, right, in terms of the early years?
For sure, yeah.
So can you help justify the marketing expense? It looks like it's the same across all years. Just doing a quick add, I just added it up here.
Yeah,
Can you
for
just
sure.
kind of highlight why the marketing expense is that way.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as you can see in quarters 1 to 4, we have the marketing expense like built up in the quarter specifically, and the $11,500 in Q2, that's going towards that big first push where we're doing the video. So that'll be like producing our short film and making sure that it's like really high quality, and then that is going to be pushed out to all of the people who we want to be bringing onto this app. So in that way, we're going to be kind of doing that big initial push actually before we even launch. And then as you see like in year 2, 3, 4, those expenses are actually just going to go towards like different projects every year. So in year 2, we're going to go into universities and we're going to have our like tour of the Saskatchewan universities, go to University of Regina, University of Saskatchewan, and talk to those film students, and that's what that's going to be for. And then in year 3, we're going to sponsor a film festival. Because I think the way that we're building this platform is that once a user is on, they're pretty much on for life, assuming that they enjoy our platform and that our user experience like meets their needs. They're going to join, and then once we've kind of targeted that market, we can sort of step back and go and target other markets. So that's why our marketing expense stays the same, because it's going to be kind of a different project in each quarter that we're in. We're not going to be doing all of the projects at once, except at the start, there is going to be that one big video, and that's going to go to everyone who we're looking to bring into the project.
Okay.
And that's how we're going to have our big push at the start, and then slowly just continuing to have those pushes in different areas as we build our user base over time.
So just to follow up on one thing that you mentioned there, so
Sure.
you're making the assumption that once you acquire the user, that they're going to stay for life.
I can actually touch on that. So when we're talking about the users, we expect to see a bit of a snowball effect once we have some of those adopters, like producers joining it and various actors joining it. We think that once we have a producer use it as casting for one of their projects, they'll have those connections already established on our platform, and it'll be much easier for them to just reach out using our platform rather than going and trying to find the contact through various other routes. So we're trying to make it one-stop shop so that once they have adopted it and used it for one project, it makes it a lot more inconvenient to change back. And that kind of is the baseline reasoning behind why our marketing stayed stagnant, is because we really just expect that once we put that initial push, it's going to just kind of more people will join, and as more people join, they'll demand that others join as well, because that's the way that they're doing it.
So it's more organic growth.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Okay.
Can you go back and just explain your salaries, or
Oh, yeah, for sure.
included in the CEO salaries, and who else are you employing?
Yeah, for sure. The CEOs are myself, Maya, and Ella. We will actually be doing the customer service, marketing, and web design in the first year, because we will only be employing, as you can see, the employee salary for the first year is just that one computer science expert who's going to be coding our website for us. So that's the first year, the $92,000, and the second year as well, that's the $92,000. That's our computer programming guy, and we will be doing the background business stuff as the CEOs. In the following years, we believe that since we're going to have a growing customer base, we are going to need to hire more customer service representatives. As a website, we understand that people are going to have technical issues, people are going to want new features, and they're going to want to be able to reach out to us, and we really want to be there for our consumer. So as we continue through the years, we're just hiring more customer service representatives, more website designers, so that we can keep making our product better and not just stay stagnant over the years as we grow. Anything else? Did I miss anything that you wanted me to touch on up there? Perfect. Here we can see our cash flow statement. This is just directly from the income statement of when we will be breaking even and when we will start to make a positive cash flow over the years. This is also what we projected our $1 million in the 6th year. You can't see it on the cash flow, but as you can see, the growth once we have that initial investment in there and we slowly like snowball, as you said, organic growth is a big part of our platform, and word of mouth. Once we get through that initial push, we believe that we'll just be continuing to go up, and as I said earlier, we can continue to have higher marketing costs, higher marketing income, And that is where we got our cash flow statement. And before we get to the key takeaways and conclusion, I would like to talk about the risks and mitigations that we've discussed for this project. In terms of our risks, we have identified 3 risks that are something we've thought about and how we would mitigate them. Our first risk is that of competition. We know that there are platforms out there that are for hiring. We understand that Indeed exists and that LinkedIn exists, but we don't believe that these big companies are targeting the film industry or helping film professionals in the way that they need to be helped. As a smaller platform, as we begin, we're going to be targeting our web design and user experience to these film professionals in a way that actually speaks to them and makes them feel heard and makes them feel seen. If you are a struggling film artist, you're not getting the jobs you need on Indeed, because if you were, there wouldn't be a lot of struggling freelance film artists and actors, and we know that there are. So we believe that we can mitigate this risk basically just by doing exactly what we're going to be doing, which is targeting the film industry and making sure that we're listening to our users and making our platform exactly what they actually need in this moment and not just another hiring platform. The second risk we identified was a lack of adoption. This is obviously a high-level risk. If that does happen, it is obviously, as we've discussed, our entire user base. We would mitigate this by having a strong marketing push. As we discussed earlier, that's going to be basically how we get adoption. It's going to be really strong marketing at the beginning and then that word of mouth and snowball. And our third risk is lack of participation. This is users signing up and then not using the service. We also believe we'll mitigate this risk through the customer service representatives that we're hiring. If users don't feel like they're getting what they want on the platform, they can reach out to us. We can talk about it and figure out what they need. And we will just continue to change our user experience to really encourage the participation and reduce confusion. Lastly, I'm going to pass it off to Maya to talk about key takeaways.
Yes, so some key takeaways we have in this is firstly that connectivity is the most important part of growth. And so what we really want to do is create a connected environment so that not only is the film industry in all of Canada feeling this pressure taken off, but we're especially focusing on Saskatchewan to have this connectivity that leads to a big push in growth. The next is opportunity to provide a safe platform that can provide quality jobs. We really see a gap here, and this is the main point that we really want to drive home, is the safety that's missing on these other platforms that is specific to the film industry. And lastly, we see a gap in the film industry for hiring, just this extra challenge, and we see this space so clearly. And when we went through this and we considered all of the parts of our business, the question wasn't, how could someone do this? Or is it possible? The question is, when is it going to be done and who's going to be the first person to do it? Thank you all so much.
that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bethany, and along with my colleagues, Jaden and Sadat, we want to present to you how App Connect can help cultivate a community for the film industry in Saskatchewan. As we bring up a quote from Annalise, a local Saskatchewan, we need to create a better support system for this industry. We need to make more of an industry rather than just a sector. We believe at App Connect, we can show you exactly why we deserve this funding from the grant.
The Saskatchewan film industry has reduced from a $500 million industry to a $17 million industry in 2019, which is nearly half of what it used to be in the previous years between 1998 and 2012. After seeing the tax credit being gone from the provincial funding, this is a time of stress for a lot of filmmakers and a lot of people who are passionate about this industry. To reinvent the Saskatchewan film industry, action needs to be taken to require more individuals that have the skill and are willing to contribute to this industry.
So what is App Connect? We are an online system that helps create a community and helps create connections between actors and film directors. We are an online platform that uses artificial intelligence to best match actors with directors or filmmakers. We are able to help both actors and filmmakers sign up for this platform and ease the tedious process of recruitment. We are able to capitalize on our AI systems that help the best match occur.
So looking at our investment ask, we're asking for a healthy $750,000 to start our project. We do believe that within our third year, we will have a 70% growth or return on investment, but as we're able to scale our company to more of a larger market, to parts outside Saskatchewan, we do believe that our return on investment will significantly skyrocket as we're able to scale our online business, something that has been very prevalent post-pandemic. Finally, we will be providing 25% of equity of our company. So looking at our financial overviews, we're expected to see revenues of nearly $4 million. This is because of how supportive we are to our fellow actors and directors. With our expenses, as I will later discuss in our presentation, our expenses is mainly carried in research and development and further development of our AR technology that we will discuss later in our slides. Skipping through our earnings, looking at our pricing structure, we will have two different pricing structures. One for the director and one for the actor. So for the pricing of the director, we do believe that as the budget of nearly $20 million of the film industry within Saskatchewan, we expect to see a healthy $5,000 per actor, which is roughly around 20 to 30 films per year, as we are just estimating. But looking to our second aspect, 5% actor commission. As we are a service providing the actors and the directors an easy and connected pathway to meet each other, we're asking 5% of the actors commission, which we believe is significantly cheaper than what the standardized procedures are instead of the traditional hiring methods.
So why now? Why do we need App Connect now? Looking at this, independent films take about 3 to 6 months for pre-production as well as 1 to 2 months for principal photography. This is quite a quick turnaround for when actors are needed and when directors need to hire these actors. Our platform makes this process easy and makes it efficient. This also shows that our platform will be used numerous times. As well, actors believe that they could land more roles if they had better connections. Our web design allows connections between these directors and these actors. We are able to create the connection with the basis of AI showing that they are already a good match. Now, I want to bring your attention to this quote from Aaron Hirsch, a local Saskatchewan. The advice that he gave to young actors was to audition all the time, be eager and persevere despite the stress of doing the equivalent of multiple job interviews every week. Now, what if we could reduce this stress? What if we could get rid of the stress However, with our AI, we're able to quickly match them together in a less stressful way.
So our competitive advantage is quite key here. So first, we will be breaking the status quo by utilizing AI technology. So how do we break the status quo? So first of all, the film industry is very much network-based and connections-based. It's very hard to break into this industry, and a lot of creatives in this industry feel like they don't have the opportunities because they don't have those connections. And that's where our AI technology comes in. So what our AI technology does is filmmakers and actors both have different, let's say, bios, descriptions, and roles that they're looking for, and different demands. So they will be putting their information into this platform, and once they put that information in, our AI technology will be using our keyword technology to highlight all the keywords and can make that connection to connect the filmmakers with the actors, to connect those roles. Furthermore, we'll be eliminating the connection-based recruitment that is currently observed in filmmaking, as I mentioned, by taking away the networking phase that happens there and streamlining that. Furthermore, the efficiency that's created. So for example, if a filmmaker is looking to create a film, how does that work? First, they have to go through a month-long tedious process at the very least to find these people. But through our AI technology, what can happen is, in even a week, they can find a team of 10 people on our application and then have a call to see if the chemistry is there to then go about this creative process. And finally, a cost-friendly alternative that eliminates opportunity costs. And why is it cost-friendly? Because it's all happening online through our AI technology, where you're not having to go out and make these connections.
What kind of resistance, can you go back a second? What kind of resistance do you expect trying to eliminate kind of the status quo of connection-based recruitment? And how do you want to entice directors to use your platform? I can see it being really useful for freelance workers or independents, but for directors that already have those connections, how do you expect to convince them to use it?
Right. So first of all, when we were coming up with this business model, we were thinking about Saskatchewan. How can we grow Saskatchewan? How can we highlight the agriculture and the environment there, right? And for there, a lot of the struggle is finding that team, actually. And for them, it's about how do I get these talent to come to me, and how do I get them to come from Vancouver? How do I get them to come from Toronto? And this is how they come. They come because they've had these calls, very quick calls, that are very efficient and are very communicative of, hey, this is the role that I have for you, this is the storyline that I have for you, this is my vision, and I want to communicate that with you. And if you're able to do that very quickly, it really sets a good precedent for that to happen.
So looking at our market size, we are expecting to see roughly around, according to the Statistics Canada, roughly 80,000 people of individuals have graduated from the film industry. And we are expecting to see that because this is a freelance industry, we're estimating 2% of all Saskatchewan are interested, whether they want to get into acting, whether they want to get into sound design, whether they want to get into music production. So we are estimating roughly around 22,000 people. And with 30% of that market size of the people, we are expecting to see a target market of really nearly 2,000 people. And as we are starting off, we do expect to see a capture rate of nearly 230 people. And this is just based on the estimations that we have calculated.
Quick question, the 80,000 that you said Stats Canada, over what time period is that? Like, is that
This is over 1 year.
Over 1 year, okay.
So 80,000, can you go back to that? 80,000 film graduates, and you're estimating that 2% of the Saskatchewan population.
Yes, combination. No, it's 80,000 of the film graduates plus 2% of the Saskatchewan population.
So moving on to our customer approach, how are we going to market this business? First of all, we will have an annual initiative that we will highlight later on. We will also attend film festivals and networking events. We believe that through our sales pitches, we are able to make these connections, allowing actors to make connections. We are personable with our experience. Just like how I can assume many people in here love LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn myself. LinkedIn is awesome for business connections that we can make. I'm able to put my experience, when I had this job, everything all the way to volunteer experience. However, for actors, they aren't necessarily able to utilize a platform such as LinkedIn. There is no platform there. So we want to be that creative mind that is able to make that connection. Lastly, we want to reach out to independent filmmakers. We want to have face-to-face conversations with these filmmakers and let them know why our solution is the best solution.
So now the question is, what's the timeline? As there is an AI component, there is an R&D phase. And initially, in our 0 to 0.5 year mark, we will be looking to set up that R&D, get it going, and then build networks. And building networks entails me and Bethany going to these film festivals, going to these events where creatives are communicating, are talking locally, and finding out what it is that they need from us in terms of this AI technology, and to really connect with them such that when we are further in our R&D phase by year 1, we have set it up so to be completely effective. Furthermore, the amazing thing about Act Connect is that we actually won't be charging anything at all for the first 2 years of our operations. And this is significant for all these creatives who are looking to create films and get acting roles and not looking to lose out on money if they are unsure about this new application, right? Because early on, we do want to build that trust. We do believe that our AI technology will be there to where it needs to be, and that's why we believe that we can charge absolutely nothing in the first 2 years and then have our revenue models of 5% commission from actors that get roles and $5,000 a year from the directors. Right.
So you might, maybe you, actually in the next few slides, the R&D, did you look if such AI technology is already available?
Yeah.
Instead of having a new one, like just developing a new one?
Yeah, great question. So early on in our research phase for this business, me and Jaden were looking at potential, like, is this currently in the market or anything like that? And we found that there actually wasn't something similar to it at all. And that kind of, we kind of combined like LinkedIn, the film industry's needs, and the boom in AI. You know, AI is the thing to go, and it's the thing in the future. And we really wanted to connect those 3 dots and put it all together. And that's kind of how Act Connect came.
Because like the way that you say, like you're gonna use the keywords, which you mostly might use optical character recognition or
Right.
kind of these. So it's being, you know, like it might be cheaper instead of you, because I can see like once you go further in your presentation, and I see you cost upfront. So
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion. As we will later discuss in our presentation, another component of our AI is actually having a full-on presentation. And within the presentation, you record a video. Within this video, the AI will evaluate how well you're able to read a script. And from this script, we're able to incorporate more data into the AI. So it's expanded beyond keywords. Initially, we are starting tame. But as we further progress within our company, we want to expand more data avenues in order to expand our scope and ensure that we're able to match the best actor with the best director.
So now that we've touched when we're releasing our annual initiative, what is our annual initiative? So our annual initiative is called I Need a Team. When we are present at these networking events or these festivals, we will be running initiatives where filmmakers can come up to us and pitch why they need a team, why they need actors to help them. Maybe they do not have the finances to start, and we want to help all of these actors and filmmakers that have been affected by this tax cut in Saskatchewan. So filmmakers can come and give us a submission. They can submit it online or in these festivals, outlining why they need a team, why they think they deserve it, and our group at Act Connect, we will be providing up to $5,000 worth of money for them so that they are able to hire their actors. We really want to give back to this community, and we want to strengthen this community and create more of an industry rather than a sector.
So looking at our revenue projections, as stated before, we are starting lean. We want to ensure that the first 1 and 2 years is dedicated to creating these connections. And therefore, we are not expecting much revenue from our main business model. But as we scale from our year 3 to year 7, as you can see, as more actors are able to incorporate themselves into our program, and more actors are able to find these jobs and find these positions using our program, we're able to scale exponentially, as our market is not only limited to actors within Saskatchewan.
So that revenue is made up primarily of the $5,000 a year subscription for directors and 5% commission of the actors.
Combination, correct.
Are you basing that on an average, the 5% commission on the actors?
Great question. Great question. So we do expect to see an average of, within Saskatchewan itself, initially we are targeting a lot of indie filmmakers. as we expect large budget productions already have a hiring team and superstars left and right. But in this industry, it's mainly freelancers, small teams, people that want to become an inspiring actor, and thus the average wage or average salary of these actors is nearly $40,000 a year. So within this commission model, we are projecting within the $40,000 or $40,000 salary, and this is also an entail that we want to ensure that we want to be as realistic as possible. But there's many instances where $40,000 is the floor. As we progress further and more roles are incorporated, we can see that $40,000 grow to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and thus the commission grows as the salary grows.
To follow up on that as well, what market are you, because you talked about the Saskatchewan market to start with, so what market are you trying to say that this revenue is associated with? Like, is that across just Saskatchewan, or is it a larger market than that? Because ultimately, like, these revenues seem pretty high if it was only Saskatchewan.
Yeah, great question. As we said before, or as stated in the presentation, our revenue model is based on the Saskatchewan population and the amount of students or amount of people with film industry growing in. But as we said before, there's a 3 to 6 period where an actor can perform, and so there's many opportunities where an actor may not only perform once a year, but twice a year. And thus, even though the market size is nearly roughly around, like, initially $100,000, we expect to see expansion growth as this industry grows.
So just to clarify though, so this is based upon only targeting Saskatchewan-related films?
Correct.
Okay.
Quickly going through our earnings per income tax, we want to say that we are projected to see highs of nearly $5 million, and we want to show that our company has value, our company has scalability. At the end of the day, because we are a tech company, we can expand beyond Saskatchewan. And currently right now, we are focusing heavily on Saskatchewan because we want to ensure that the people within Saskatchewan has the opportunity to pursue their passion, to pursue their career. And therefore, once we are able to ensure Saskatchewan has a future, or we are able to improve the future of Saskatchewan, we can scale out infinitely beyond Saskatchewan and across Canada. Looking at our expense models, it may seem a little daunting, but there's many things that we want to ensure, such as our data engineers. As we are scaling our company, we want to ensure that we're hiring more engineers. We want to hire more computer science engineers. And thus, as we improve our model, we want to ensure that the model will be as efficient, fast as possible. If clients aren't able to connect and call their directors, there might be issues. And also looking at our annual initiative, that's something that we are very proud of, to show that we are investing back into the company, or investing back into the community. And then finally, we just want to talk about our salary. As we are part of a company, initially we're going to pay roughly around $30,000 per year. And finally, just looking at our startup cost, many of this is just based on...
Sorry, just to go back, the salary piece?
Yes.
That $30,000 a year each, that's spread out across the whole, is this by year?
Yes, by year.
So the whole 7 years, whatever that is, that's going to stay the same?
Well, these are just projections, but we do expect to, as our company grows, we do expect our size to grow and to compensate with the growth of the company.
Okay. Secondly, to follow up, so you talked about, like, obviously your annual initiative is a huge marketing campaign, and so out of your budget, you're only allocating $5,000 each year for that.
Also, further, as we, in their presentation, as we feel more comfortable in, as we are a startup company, we want to ensure that cash flow are healthy, and it may become a little lucrative if we can spend $50,000 one year, and suddenly we might experience a lack of, or mishandling of cash. And thus, in our near future goals, we will expand that $5,000 to $50,000 as we grow our company.
So yeah, just to clarify, it's $5,000 collectively for the year, just because when Bethany was explaining it before, I was under the impression, I thought that was like per director, per film. So that just helps me understand. It's $5,000 total.
Yeah, but
right. We do choose one submission yearly. So out of the pot of submissions that we get, the people we believe deserves it the most will get that $5,000.
Gotcha. Okay.
What does the R&D entail for like the 4th year until the 7th year, like increasing revenue? Like what are you planning for expansion?
Oh, great question. R&D is very important. As we said before, we want to expand, and as we are growing our system, we don't want to have an overload. If we get to one day where there's too many actors, too many directors, and the system to crash, We don't want that to ever happen. So most of this R&D is ensured that we can scale properly and healthily as we grow larger within our company. Yeah, as we said before, the start cost is nearly $233,000, and that's as part of our investment ask.
So some key performance indicators that we want to outline here to show that our business is thriving and is doing as well as we know that it can. So first, we believe subscribed directors, we want them to hire from our site 60% of the time. We, with our AI and with our intensive expenses into technology, we are able to track this data and know this. So we want to ensure that our site is being used and 60% of the hires come from our site. Also, we want to ensure that our annual initiative is working. So we have a conservative estimate of 30 plus submissions in our first year. We are going conservative so that we are a startup, we are starting lean, and we just want to ensure that our annual initiative is something that people are interested in.
So what are some risks in regards to this business? So first, we have malicious intent. So for example, we do have our directors and actors connecting on this platform, right? And there are community guidelines that we have in place. However, if there is a breach that does occur, we will mitigate that situation by using our data that's saved up and to make sure that we act on it right away. So that it's not a long-term issue for our reputation, as that is a big part of our business. Furthermore, a reduced funding. So as you know, currently there are grants and there is a promotion of the film industry in Saskatchewan that is being encouraged. However, if that funding is not there in the future as well, we will mitigate the situation by seeking more private funding. And we believe by that point onwards, we will be able to do so because we will have built up our brand presence and a reputation at Connect.
And lastly, for our future goals, as we mentioned, we want to increase our annual initiative to $50,000. We believe that we can really help actors with this and their filmmakers. As well, we want to have our own festival. We believe that we can scale and in many ways help actors and filmmakers. So in conclusion, Act Connect is something that can help create this support system for Saskatchewan individuals. We need to help these individuals, whether they be filmmakers or if they are the actors seeking employment. We want to see this increase, and we want to see that we are making a difference within Saskatchewan and further on within worldwide. So this is our business as shown prior, and we want to thank you for listening to our presentation and thank you for all the grant opportunities that come forth.
organizing committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Rory Wheat, Cole Thorpe, Maeve Kelleher, Mahandre Bunzi, and Jana Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you're free to begin.
Take a second and think about a time when you were a young professional trying to enter your industry and all the challenges that you faced. In the film industry right now, finding the correct talent for your projects is becoming increasingly more difficult, and sifting through all the information is costing companies millions of dollars. Today, our company is based on the foundations of modernization, socialization, and centralization, creating something that will bridge the gap between production companies and the talent required for their projects. Our lights, camera, action, CastMe shines a spotlight on talent in the film industry. Our company is CastMe, beside me is Kabir, on the end is Aiden, and my name is Steven. Thank you so much for joining us here today and allowing us to pitch you our concept. Our mission is to reimagine what it means to be part of the film industry. Our vision is to create an equal opportunity and push through traditional limits of the film industry itself. We're here today asking for $2 million for a 20% equity inside of our platform. We have a break even by year 2, and by the end of our 3-year projection, we will be doing $7 million in revenue. We're here today asking you for this initial investment capital to expand this software company, and then we also want the gateway of your expertise to help us bridge the gap between industry and us so that we can further this company and be on a large growth trajectory going forward. Our background is that CastMe is developed as a minimum viable product. It is active, and there's currently 1,000 users that are integrated into the application. These are filmmakers, these are talent, casters, actresses, actors, and so on and so forth. And we are running a paid pilot with one production located here in Saskatoon right now. CastMe is well positioned to disrupt the film industry so that users and producers can reap the benefit of the talent that they require for their projects. Currently, on the platform, 3 main features is that the social platform is for both the film talent and the production companies. They both have platforms in the application where they can interact to find their talent, and then the talent can actually put their profiles on there and make it so that their individual skill sets and experience can really shine. It simplifies the hiring process internally to make it seamless to get the right talent for projects, and it creates a network effect to attract the right talent inside of this platform. Our unique value is that CastMe bridges the gap between burgeoning talent and these creative projects. Our unfair advantage is that no other platform can seamlessly provide access to boundless talent in film in this niche production market. The problem we see in this industry is that film production is heavily dependent on the human capital available to bring production creative vision to life. Our solution is that CastMe utilizes this network effect that will allow production companies and aspiring talent to succeed throughout the film industry. Our pricing model includes both user and buyer fees. On the user side, you will have a $4.99 monthly subscription that they've got to pay to be a part of our software. And on the By your side, we've split it by different size production companies to make it fair inside of the market. You have small companies between 0 and 25 million revenue, medium between 25 and 100 million, and large, it's over 100 million revenue. On the other side, with monthly subscriptions, it's 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. The market opportunity is massive inside of the film industry. Worldwide, you've got a total addressable market of $136 billion. Your service addressable market is $12.2 billion just inside of Canada, and more local to where we're starting here today in Saskatchewan, we've used a comparable of $100 million inside of the Manitoba market that we can start to tap into immediately.
So, looking into what our visualizations actually look like, this is the view that the production side would see, so our customers. So, if they search and select filmmakers at the top there, it'll provide them a list of all these filmmakers who have integrated with our process. So, you can see here Martha Main, she has this many years of experience, and you can view more of her profile. So this shows the potential candidates they have to hire in their job postings. The next visualization here is of Martha, and this is more of what the production facility sees. So if this is what Martha does to set up her account. So to set up her account, she enters her age, all her information, and she enters her goal for being on this platform. So it says that she's looking for new opportunities, and you can go into the detailed background or connect with her to get to know her more. Relating to Martha a little bit more, the user profile here is Martha, and she is a freelance filmmaker. She wants to get involved with the film industry, but she finds it difficult to get involved because of exclusion and the competitive environment because of things like agencies, and she feels that there's a bias in industry hiring practices. So Martha wants an easier way to find work in film through a less exclusive system. The journey that Martha goes through in becoming integrated with CastMe is she first hears about CastMe through a conference and becomes a user. Second, she then selects what she does for work and creates a profile like we saw in the previous visualization there. Martha then browses through active job postings made by producers and applies for roles that she's interested in. Fourth, she successfully gets hired and feels valued for the talent that she brings to the table. And fifth here, Martha builds work experience with the help of CastMe. The customer profile for CastMe here is production studios like Landing Studio. So the characteristics that Landing Studio possess is that they find it takes a significant time and money to hire reliable staff for their productions. They find that talent scouting information in the market is insufficient. And the Landing Studio wants to increase recruiting efficiency and help reduce their cost. So the Landing Studio wants to modernize the current process of talent acquisition. And the journey...
Sorry, 1 second.
Yes.
Going back to Martha's experience.
Yes.
You mentioned that this is being designed as a social platform. That's basically a paid subscription for the user. How are you planning to compete with social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook that have reels that independent actors could use to show their talent and get seen, make a brand?
For sure. So CastMe is more of a platform that is more of in the film industry. So CastMe is really looking for people who are filmmakers, who are looking to freelance their abilities. We're also looking for cosmetic designers, background characters as well. So people really involved in that film industry, rather than social media and Instagram like influencers and stuff like that.
Okay, thanks.
So the customer journey, the journey that Landing Studio goes through is that they hear about CastMe and becomes a customer. Second, they begin looking for talent on the platform by posting their job ads. And they successfully hire freelance filmmakers, background characters, and creators in a fraction of regular time that would be required to do so. And lastly here, employees that are hired are reliable and they continue to work with CastMe and establish that long-term relationship with employers and the creators themselves. The product journey that happens on the back end for CastMe is first, CastMe gets a new customer and sets them up on the platform. So in this case, it was the landing studio. Second here, the landing studio makes a post on CastMe to advertise for their job opportunities. Third there, users like background characters and filmmakers apply for positions on CastMe. Fourth there, job postings are successfully filled by reliable contractors. And last there, CastMe successfully bridges the gap between talent and creative direction. The marketing efforts that go into CastMe here are through organic, digital, user-generated content, and conferences. So for organic digital, we plan on using website and SEO optimization, SEO services to really promote our name and be the point of contact that we want our users to see. The user-generated content that we want is just through social connection. So if a friend signs up to be a background character, we want them to know through their network of how they can get involved with CastMe as well, and just through conferences, which really enhances the network effect of what CastMe has.
So now to take a deeper dive into our implementation. For the purposes of our implementation, we have separated them into 3 primary phases, the first of which being a focus on film production, the second, Canadian expansion, and third, tapping into the market in New Zealand. Each of these phases have an estimated time of approximately 12 months, with the first coming to an estimated cost of $1 million, the second $500,000, and the same for the third phase. Taking a deeper examination into the first phase of film production, this is having a heightened focus on the featured film production grant which is being offered in Saskatchewan. By combining CastMe with the featured film production grant, we can begin to reintroduce iconic Canadian movies and television that are originating from the Saskatchewan province. We can also utilize the existing asset of soundstage to ensure that we are utilizing those LED lights that we have in the back, as well as any other professional, underutilized, and underserviced professional equipment. We are currently utilizing a paid pilot program with one production facility. With this paid pilot program, we have successfully taken 1,000 users onto our platform that are currently using CastMe. And as mentioned, this will all work with the featured film production grant to help us finalize development of the app. This will allow us to move into phase 2, which is Canadian expansion. Canadian expansion would, again, take approximately 12 months and have an estimated cost of around $500,000. For Canadian expansion, we hope to leverage on the networking effects found through the social engagement within the CastMe app. We also hope to further provide more jobs and opportunities across Canada. For example, if we have a CastMe candidate in Saskatchewan, for our Canadian expansion, we will begin showing them job postings across Canada, for example, in British Columbia, in Alberta, or in other provinces, so we can further leverage those networking effects. And this is when we will begin our marketing efforts to attend conferences to ensure that we are successfully attracting large production companies. The key milestone for our Canadian expansion phase would be having production and talent in every province. Having production and talent happening and ongoing in every province really sets the stage to allow us to establish a foothold and expand over to the New Zealand market, our third and final phase, of which will again take approximately 12 months and have an estimated cost of around $500,000. For our New Zealand expansion, we plan to integrate into a growing film industry. With the repercussions of COVID-19, we have seen that the New Zealand market was well equipped to adapt its offerings and adapt its services to work alongside COVID-19. We will further ensure that we have security and data built into our application for all of the information and data that we are collecting for all of our CastMe applicants. And finally, we will have final user interface and UX iteration to ensure that the app is smooth, crisp, and available for all of our CastMe candidates. And the key milestone for our final phase and the New Zealand expansion would be successfully having 100,000 users globally across the CastMe platform.
Just to be clear, so that's use of proceeds for the $2 million investment?
Yes.
Over 3 years?
Yes. Okay. And for future trajectory considerations, we have modeling industry and data expansion. Similar to how CastMe candidates can put their specific information into the CastMe app, such as their height, their measurements, and what their background is, similarly, the modeling industry will benefit greatly from this application and it has vast uses over there. For data expansion, we plan to collect insights from our users, track engagement, and track and see which type of postings are more popular, what's actually popular, and that way we can begin to expand. For user growth, we currently have 1,000 users as a part of our paid pilot program, and we plan to expand this to 100,000 users globally by the end of year 5. For customer growth, we have these small, medium, and large firms, as Stephen had explained before, and we project to have 30 small firms, 10 medium firms, and 1 large firm by the end of our financial projections. Now to take a deeper look into our financial analysis. By the end of our financial projections, we do have a revenue of $7 million with expenses of $5.8 million. This allows us to yield a profit of $1.2 million, and as Stephen mentioned before, we do break even in year 2. For the purposes of our valuation, we have used the $7 million revenue from year 3, a 10x revenue multiple, and a 40% discount rate to arrive at a valuation of $10 million today. For some risk mitigation, for sure.
How did you come up with the revenue multiple?
The revenue multiple, we use an industry standard for software as a service companies. Thank you.
Another question, if you go back to the financial projections.
For sure.
Why do you need $2 million upfront if the first use is over the first year, $1 million?
One of the primary concerns with the film industry is cash flow. It's difficult to ensure stability of cash flow with different engagements and different projects and different variables that are constantly coming up. By having an initial ask of $2 million, we will allow ourselves a cushion to ensure that we have stability for our entire implementation plan.
Do you have any expectations of what you'd be using with that additional cash flow during the course of, to follow up on Rory's question, what needs to be sitting there for a year and a half with, say $1.5 million in additional funds? I don't know if you would need that much. Do you have any other plans for that additional capital?
So currently our very first phase in the first year, we will be allocating $1 million right away to software development, marketing, so on and so forth to grow the trajectory of the company. There will be some cash that is sitting idle. We see that less as idle cash to a good buffer zone for us to actually hit all of our milestones and metrics that we need to in that time. Since it is a new company, even though we do have some validation up front, that will allow us the barrier if anything is ever missed, but we are pretty on the mark with what we believe this company can do and the network effect that does exist inside of this niche market.
Finally, for some risks and mitigation, we identified 3 primary concerns. The first being adoption of our CASME product, the second being the management of data which we have within the application, and the final concern being system failure. For adoption concerns, we plan to foster a network effect, and by allowing users to engage both from the production side and the talent side, CASME candidates will have no trouble adopting to the platform. For data management, we plan to employ internal security systems on the back end to ensure that data is managed correctly and efficiently. And for systems failure, we plan to run separate servers for the customers and for the users. This way, all production operations are on a separate server, separate from talent in case anything is to occur. For user impact, we have 3 primary objectives. Increased access to an increased amount of roles. By putting candidates on the CASME app and connecting them with production facilities, they will be able to view more roles and access more roles and apply for more roles in their industry. Increased individual exposure. By allowing production companies to view CASME candidate profiles, each CASME candidate is getting more exposure than they ever could have before. But thirdly, to eliminate bias. By ensuring that only accurate information about each candidate is presented to the production company, we ensure that all bias is eliminated within the app.
So are you verifying the information that people are entering into CASME?
Yes, we verify information through the user's profile and the profile pictures and other photos that they upload for the purposes of film production.
Before the end of the time here, I want to get a question. Do you have a detailed snapshot, like you talked about the break-even point, but do you have a detailed snapshot of actual revenue streams over the course of the multiple years that you're talking about, like baking down all expenses?
In this presentation, we don't have a full DCF that is lined out. However, we did take fairly standard margins for the different operating costs that are going to exist. We had a 30% OPEX, 20% in marketing and administration, and then 20% going into the IT infrastructure, and finally 15% that's getting reinvested back in with an overall target of 15% net margin at the end of the day. And that is where our assumptions and financials were built off of.
Okay.
And finally, for the buyer impact, again, those three primary objectives. The first being reducing the cost of labor. In the film industry, the two most expensive inputs are time and labor. With CASME, production companies can significantly reduce the amount of time that it takes to source quality candidates and reduce the associated costs with doing so. Two, increasing the hiring efficiency. As I mentioned before, by bridging the gap with those user profile characteristics, it will be extremely easy and efficient for production companies to find the right talent that they need. Which ties into my third point, sourcing the best talent for bringing their visions to reality.
I'm just going to try to think of a question before the plan. So in just 2 months, what will be the Saskatchewan advantage?
Pardon?
What will be the Saskatchewan advantage from your startup?
The Saskatchewan advantage for our startup is to combine the benefits of CASME with the featured film production grant to ensure that we are attracting all investment to Saskatchewan. Alongside this investment, we can use CASME to ensure that we have the best quality candidates to ensure the success of these investments.
What you really need to understand inside of the Saskatchewan market, this film industry is trying to come back from a time where it wasn't very successful. And we do understand that there's a lot of ways that you could tackle this film industry. However, at the very base level, to get these creative images coming up on the screen and being consumed by everything inside of this industry, you need the best talent going into these film productions for people to be interested in doing the filming inside of Saskatchewan. We see targeting that side of the market the best way to start with bringing people back to the Saskatchewan film industry. And then due to the fact that it is a SaaS company, we see a massive global application inside of CASME, and we believe that we are the team that can make it come alive here today. Because the film industry is mostly outdated, there is nothing inside of this industry right now that is targeting this niche market. Yes, there are other social platforms that these creators are trying to use. However, there is a massive amount of information overload on side of those platforms, your LinkedIns, your TikToks, your Instagram, and there is nothing that is so niche where these people can actually sift through all the information and data so that they can find the right talent inside. The socialization aspect with our network effect is what's going to bring more talent onto the platform and more production companies that want to work with CASME. As more professional people, more creators get onside the application, these companies are going to fluster to the company and continue signing up, increasing our ARR and our adoption rate month after month. And finally, this centralization inside of this application makes it so that individuals can find all the information they need on both sides of the platform. Be it a user or a producer company, you're getting all the information for the best jobs from these industry professionals, and then you're going to be able to get the best talent for the projects. And therefore, we do have a massive belief that CASME is going to be that company inside of technology that you'll see this massive projection and scale that we've detailed in this presentation here today. And we want you to join inside of this investment. Lights, camera, action. CASME shines a spotlight on the talent in the film industry, and we believe that's what we're here to do today.
It's easy to feel like that in any there's always
Oh, yeah. Exactly, yeah.
No more than you did that.
Well, hopefully I should be sitting right now. They say fake until you make it, right?
That's right.
Yeah, very much, me too.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Entrepreneurship Case Competition. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Rory Wheat, Cole Thorpe, Maeve Kelleher, Mahandre Bunsey, and Jana Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are begin.
Looking through a camera lens is quite an interesting experience. You get to capture a moment in time, a story in time. Today we're going to be talking about how we're going to capture those stories and tell those stories at a much broader scale. We're going to be looking through the lens. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are presenting today on Treaty 6 territory. My name is Noah, and I'm here with my colleagues Nazar and Steven, and we are going to be presenting to you Lens. So, I'd like to present to you our ask. So we're asking for $400,000 for a return of $1.3 million reinvested to the local film industry.
Taking a quick look at the market, as you can see, between 1998 and 2012, the film industry generated roughly $514 million in profit. This past year, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, announced an additional $8 million in funding to the film industry. With that increase in funding, we can expect an increase in growth within this industry. One industry risk that we are currently observing is that the established market share of online content creators, such as large streaming giants. However, this product, as Noah will go more into, is more for our local film industry than massive blockbuster movies.
So let's talk a little bit more about our business model right before Noah gets into the product itself. So within our product, we're actually going to be doing two things. We're going to be making the streaming platform free for all users. This is to mitigate any barriers that users or content creators may face. So instead of people paying to use the app at the start, we're going to make it free so we can get as many users and acquire as big portion of the market share as possible. And then we will focus on advertisement revenue, specifically local businesses within Saskatchewan, within the economy, so we can benefit both the local startups, and then we can focus on kind of the local field. And then as well, we're going to offer a premium version for $9.99, and that is just to get rid of, to access more things, and it'll be to get rid of on the advertisements that I talked about, and to be able to download the streaming platforms onto your device when you're not using internet.
So what do we do at Lens? What exactly is Lens? Well, Lens is a mobile app and web app integration where we partner with local filmmakers from Saskatchewan for them to be able to upload their films to Lens for everyone to be able to see. So as Nazar mentioned, the platform is actually free for users and for filmmakers. So if you want to watch a film made in Saskatchewan, you are able to do that for free by downloading the app. If you want to upload a film and you are a Saskatchewan creator, you are able to upload that film for free as well. So all of this is free. So how does it work? So from the content creator point of view and the filmmaker point of view, you will create a profile on the app or the website outlining who you are as a filmmaker and giving people background as to who you are when they watch the film and they want to learn more about who created the film and what is the story behind the film and the person who created it. The filmmakers will upload their content and the stories that they want to tell and those films that they worked so hard to produce. They will generate returns from the ad revenue. As we are a not-for-profit organization and a not-for-profit business model, we want to ensure that all of the benefits are going back into the filmmaking industry in Saskatchewan. This is going to, and then we are going to establish the follower base as more and more people get onto the app and get onto the web service, being able to look at the content and having more eyes on that content. We think that the access to viewing the content is one of the biggest barriers for Saskatchewan's film industry really truly being able to grow. From the user perspective, users will download the mobile app most likely or watch on a laptop through the website as well. They will create an account, set preferences, and be able to look through different filters and different categories, whether that be Indigenous films, whether that be action films, or whether that be comedy films, or any of the different topics that we would like to add onto the website or onto the app. So our strategic vision for Lens, as we look through the lens, is to enhance and grow the discoverability of the local film industry beginning in Saskatchewan and then having the opportunity to grow beyond Saskatchewan into other parts of Canada as well. We don't want to just hold this organization to Saskatchewan, as we think that there is an opportunity to grow the organization and continue to grow the film industry in not only Saskatchewan but in other provinces as well. So our value proposition for Lens is we provide a platform to enhance the discoverability of media created by local filmmakers. We do that by focusing on the artist first. There really isn't anywhere else that is focusing on the artist before the content itself. We want to benefit the artists so that they can ensure that they are continuing to make more and more films, providing more excitement and more impact to the industry and the film industry. The industry reinvestment is one of the big ways that we are going to be able to really focus on the community and benefit the community by going back and reinvesting the profits of the organization into different organizations in the community. We also will have an open data sharing policy where we'll be able to share analytics back with the filmmakers so that they have more of an understanding of who's watching their films, providing them with insights to better their own personal branding and continue to improve.
So the question, how are you expecting to redistribute that 1.3 million to the local community?
Yeah, so we're going to be doing that through several different organizations. And Nazar, you'd like to elaborate?
So we actually, if we go through the startup costs here and kind of explain the financials behind it right before we get into it. So through our startup costs, we're looking at an app and website development around $100,000. And then we're actually each going to put in $10,000. So our total startup costs are only going to be a total of $85,000. And I do want to bring up the point of at-risk capital. So we will be asking for a total of $400,000, and that is just to cover the expenses the first 2 years. But however, Saskatchewan does have the STSI tax credit up to $225,000. So the $225,000 that you invest into tech startups in Saskatchewan can actually be fully deductible and as a tax credit. So really, you are only investing $175,000, but you are giving us the $400,000. Now, to answer your questions, we're going to be partnering with local partnerships such as the Indigenous national film producing company. And essentially what they do is they focus on indigenous films and indigenous creators, and we'll be looking to partner with them and actually give 10% equity of our company with them in order to establish that relationship, establish that trust, and have that connection with them, and to ensure that we really focus on getting their films and their community and their values onto our platform. Now to talk a little bit about the income statement and our projected 5 years of revenue expenses. So as you see, our main source of revenue will be advertisement for the first couple of years. So the first year we expect around 10,000 users on our platform, and we have estimated a budget of around $7.50 per user, which we think is a little bit conservative, but we do think it's an attainable goal to have. And then as you see, we also have a breakdown of the number of premium users and our users revenue, and that steadily grows as we continue to increase, get more content onto the app and get more users onto the app as well. And then I also want to highlight the big marketing budget as well. That is a big barrier that we think that will be, is market penetration. So we want to allocate a huge chunk of our expenses towards that in order to be able to penetrate that market and to get users on board. And then as well as for research and development, around 10% of our yearly revenue, or sorry, 5% of our yearly revenue will be going to research and development, and that will be focusing more on the data analytics and looking at where users, what kind of films are they looking to watch, what kind of content are they enjoying. And we're going to be sharing that again with the film content and creators in order to give them that feedback so they can better curate and so they can better kind of give a better experience towards their audience as well. And then lastly, I want to talk about the founder salaries and the employee salaries. So for the employee salaries, as you see, we do have a co-op student grant. So the first couple of 3 years, we're going to be focusing on getting co-op students on board, and that is to facilitate them, train them within our company. And then as you see, we do plan to hire them in years 4 and 5. And then we are planning on not taking any salary on the first year, and that is just to invest more of the money toward the product and to the market penetration. And then lastly, a little bit about our net income. As you see with our gross profit, we are expected to have a negative downturn in the first couple of years, as you expect with tech startups. We don't expect to be making money right away, but we do expect that when we get into the market and when we establish our market share, we do see a steady increase in towards our revenue. And to talk a little bit about our valuation as well, so we did a discounted cash flow with a long-term growth rate of 15% and a discount rate of around 30%. And so that's how we got a company valuation of around $1 million. And then also I just want to take you one step back towards our financials in our 5-year income statement. As you see over the next years, as you see the $37,000, $217,000, the $514,000, that comes to that $1.3 million that we were talking about to reinvest into that local community, and that will be done through the partnerships. We want to establish partnerships within the film industry with that Stan will be talking about, and through those partnerships, we're going to be talking with them and seeing how they best can use the money and our resources and how we can leverage our strategic partnerships to get the best for the Saskatchewan film industry.
To clarify, the founder salaries are all 3 of you guys considered founders? So that's the salaries are for 3 of you guys?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay.
So in the first couple of years, we're just taking $50,000 for it, as we want to kind of focus on the industry itself and not take any money away potentially from the filmmakers, and we want to reinvest that back into the community.
Okay.
So are you going to reinvest that money back into the community long-term, beyond this 5-year?
That is correct. So we just did a 5-year projected income statement, but as we continue to grow with the company, as we continue to generate more revenue, get more users, and as we continue to expand nationally, we'll be taking all of the revenue that we earn and we will be reinvesting it back with our partnerships or with local film industries and actually sponsoring films, which we'll talk about in our future considerations in a moment.
Right, so my question, I guess, goes a bit further to say, so if you're only taking $50,000 a year and you're reinvesting all of your profit back in, what's in it for you guys beyond that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So within actually years 6 and 7, we will be taking on more of that. It's just kind of mostly what's in it for us is we want to see the film industry grow. We want to see Saskatchewan go back to where it was in 1992 with the film industry in 2007, and we want to see Saskatchewan grow and flourish again within the film industry and take that market share away from Manitoba and away from Alberta. And we want to make sure that Saskatchewan is able to have a flourishing economy, especially within the film economy, for many years to come.
I just have one more. So,
Yeah.
So then when you mentioned about the reinvesting, you also mentioned the 10% equity that you will give to someone. So this model, like you are asking the filmmakers to upload their movie for free, and then users can view it for free, right?
That is correct.
Do you consider any kind of profit sharing model with the filmmakers so that they can keep on producing films and then upload for free?
Yes, that is a great question. So within advertisement, so we're going to be giving the people that upload the platform, they're going to be getting 20 cents per user that views an ad, which is actually more than the average of other platforms such as YouTube and other streaming platforms. So YouTube averages around 12 to 15 cents per user that views an ad, and we're going to be giving them 20 cents. So yes, they will be getting that money reinvested as well within the content that they upload.
So just basing off that question, talking about YouTube and talking about some of the other options out there for media sharing online. So what makes us at Lens competitive with the other competitors in the market? So we're a not-for-profit, which is our main competitive advantage. This is what's going to make us better in Saskatchewan and for Saskatchewan than an organization like Netflix or YouTube will. So all that money will come back into Saskatchewan. It will support the local niche, which is something that Saskatchewan is very proud of. Being able to support local and being able to take care of the people within the community and support the people within the community is something that is a value of, is one of the main values of Saskatchewan. So the Indigenous Screen Office Partnership is one of the ways that is going to help us create another competitive advantage. As my colleague Nazar mentioned, through that partnership we're going to be returning that 10% equity, but we are also going to be able to learn from them and provide more access to the platform for Indigenous communities and Indigenous creators to be able to upload their content and continue to develop the Indigenous film community as well through our platform. It's also free for all users, which is a completely alternative to a platform like Netflix, where you pay a pretty hefty subscription per month. Obviously, we do have that option for a subscription, but you don't have to pay that subscription to be able to access and support the Saskatchewan content. So some key performance indicators that we want to look over and are really going to outline how we move forward as an organization are going to be that $100,000 reinvested. This is going to be very soon on the timeline. We want to make sure that we get that $100,000 reinvested into the community very quickly, being able to support the community through the organizations, through Creative Saskatchewan, and through the other partnerships that we want to be able to form. We also want to be able to host 25 films on the platform in the first year. We know that this is going to be a challenge, being able to penetrate the market not only for users but also for the creators. But we think that 25 is a really good indicator of first year success. That's 25 potentially film producers, 25 videos and films that people are going to be able to watch and consume on the platform, creating an opportunity for them to want to access that platform. And as it continues to grow and we get more films on the platform, they will stay and they will bring in more people to the platform as well. And then in the first year, we want to have 10,000 users, which we think is very, very possible, which Steven will get into in our marketing.
So take a look at our distribution channels. The two main ways for users to access our app is through the App Store, such as Google Play or our Apple App Store, as well as through our web app, which can be accessed through any online browser. So taking a look at our target market, within Canada, there's roughly 37 million people. Narrowing it down to Western Canada, we have 11.7, and Saskatchewan has grown to a whopping 1.2 million people over this past year. And as most of us know, Saskatchewan's #1 resource is its people. So providing a service that benefits our industry within Saskatchewan will create us and help us be stronger.
So talking about the market, maybe just go back one more slide from this. There's a lot of online browsing, streaming services right now. Amazon Prime, Crave, those companies, and they're very interested in buying up a lot of the market share. If they were to approach you for acquisition or something like that, would you guys be prepared for that, and what would your response be?
Yeah, so that's something we considered, and it's actually in our future considerations to look at a strategic buyout as an option for moving forward with the organization. It's not something that we really want to sell to a giant like Amazon Prime. What we would be more so looking at is an organization potentially like CBC, keeping it in Canada and keeping the opportunity there to continue to enhance Canadian media and Canadian film. We want to make sure that that is at the foundation of the organization. We don't want to compromise that for a check, and we want to make sure that that is at the foundation of the organization, especially because the filmmakers and the community is at the foundation of the company.
So the consumers that we would target would be someone like local Larry, who's roughly between 25 to 40 years old. He supports local. He loves going to local businesses, local restaurants. The next step is enjoying local films. He watches movies regularly, so it only makes sense for him to enjoy local films as well. And he is a creative person, so being able to go and observe a variety of different films is in his best nature. To target our market, we wanted to do partnership with post-secondary institutions targeting film students to kind of allow them to go and submit their film to upload to our site, to go and make a name for themselves and to get more awareness of who they are to the film industry. We also want to utilize pre-existing industry support outlets such as Creative Saskatchewan and kind of use their networks to go and network within more of the broader Saskatchewan film industry. As well as Google currently offers up to $10,000 a month in ads for non-for-profits. We want to go and utilize that grant to go and allow us to have a further outreach, which provides us with more opportunities to reach more people, as well as social media. Currently, people watch lots of local films on platforms such as YouTube. Having ads in there will be able to go and take away some of your market share and bring it onto our platform. So marketing allocation, 60% of our market budget is going to be going towards film industry partnerships. We want to be on the ground. We want to be talking to students, kind of explaining why we are the best platform for them to get involved with. They could go to YouTube, they could go to TikTok, all that stuff, but we provide kind of a more professional base, and they were able to go and kind of create a better name for themselves and better recognition within the industry.
Quick question, would you allow your users to upload content on, say, both YouTube and your platform?
Yes, that's correct. So we do not own the right or the intellectual rights to any of their media or anything that they create.
So then are you concerned that because of, say, YouTube's recognition within the market, that might take some of your users who would watch it on YouTube and not on your platform?
That's a great question. So our platform is free as well, such as YouTube. Both of them are free platforms. However, ours is kind of more of a streaming site, whereas YouTube, you don't know the quality of videos that people get. Whereas on our platform, we do have a submission process where they submit it, and we go and allow it to be posted. So I think it's kind of more of a professional atmosphere compared to YouTube. Yeah, and just to oh, sorry.
You mentioned students a couple minutes ago. Any strategies around engaging with secondary schools or film courses?
Yeah, so take a look back here. That's one of our strategic partnerships, is to kind of be on the ground at the U of S, U of R, as well as some polytechnic schools to kind of go and enhance our name and our vision and our outreach and to get more students involved. Yeah, and just to add on to the point about being concerned about YouTube versus our platform, we think that our platform is going to be able to provide something that YouTube can't provide, and that's the compilation of all of this content in one place. So you're going to have all this Saskatchewan content in one place. If you went to YouTube and searched up Saskatchewan film, you're going to get a hodgepodge of different content that might not be what you're looking for if you want to consume Saskatchewan-made content. So we're going to be able to provide that on the platform and really be able to provide that to the consumers as well. If you directly want to look at the Saskatchewan content, going on YouTube, going on Netflix is really hard to do, especially with Netflix or another big streaming platform. The barriers to entry for a local filmmaker are extremely, extremely high. So we want to be able to take down some of those barriers of entry for them. And so going into some of our risks and mitigations, as we kind of outlined earlier, the adoption of users is a really important aspect for this. So as Steven just previously mentioned, going into those universities and getting those content creators and those filmmakers is going to be a really important opportunity for us. The intellectual rights, as we also previously discussed a little bit, we don't want to own those rights. We want to be able to benefit the consumer, and we benefit the consumer by not owning that content. And then the last is content monitoring, ensuring that there's content on the platform that is good for the platform to be able to represent. So these are our future considerations, looking at potentially having a film sponsorship fund in the future where we can sponsor films to get onto the platform. So our timeline here, we want to look at a 1 to 5 year timeline as we looked at in the financials. In years 4 and 5, we want to look at the opportunity to expand into provinces like Manitoba and the rest of Western Canada, in Alberta and BC as well. So I'd like to remind you of our ask, which is for $400,000 and $1.3 million reinvested into the local community. So now,
Why us? Why are we the right organization? Why is Lens the right option? So we, as the three founders, have tech startup experience working with startup companies. We also are going to create access for consumers, and this is the #1 way to look through the lens and support Saskatchewan.
presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Rory Wheat, Cole Thorpe, Maeve Kelleher, Mahandre Bunsey, and Jana Dutton. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 23 minutes to present. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation to indicate the beginning and ending of protected time. During the unprotected time, judges may ask questions. Once the presentation has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you're free to begin.
Good afternoon, Creative Saskatchewan. We're so excited to be here, and I'd first like to introduce my team. My name is Jordan, I'm the Executive Officer. Pedro is our Financial Officer, and Fardeen is our Operating Officer. Now, let's talk about why we are all here. There is a really good opportunity, and that is the increase in the grant that is being provided to expand and improve the film industry in Saskatchewan, and it is now a total of $10 million for us. And so we have come up with an awesome idea with a really good opportunity to be able to improve this particular industry, and it would be to come up with an annual summer film festival that will be held on the second week of August, so it would be in the summer months. And so what is this film festival all about? We are trying to showcase local films, Saskatchewan films, that majority of the film being filmed in Saskatchewan, so then filmmakers are able to submit applications, and we are going to get the top 5 films that we are going to show in this week-long festival. It will be 5 days from Wednesday to Sunday, and we are going to showcase 1 film per day, and our event will start at 3 p.m. Now, to provide more information, what are the activities that we are going to be having in this particular film festival? What differentiates it, for example, from the Saskatoon International or the Saskatchewan International Film Festival? Now, we are not trying to compare ourselves to those particular film festivals. We are here to try and showcase local movies that have been filmed in the provinces that have not been able to get the ability, the capability to be showcased in the cinemas nationwide, for example, in Canada. And so where are we going to have this particular event? It's going to be in the heart of Saskatoon downtown, particularly in the 21st Street. And we have chosen this location because we know that there is a good opportunity for us to gather population and people from Saskatoon, people from Regina, from the province of Saskatchewan, and also people from other provinces. This is summer times, and so this is a really good opportunity to be able to go and travel and attend a really good event. And so let's now talk about how much we are asking for in terms of grant.
Alright, so as mentioned previously, we're not here to compare ourselves with the international film festivals that are known nationwide. We're only here to bring awareness to the local filmmakers and movies that have been filmed in the province of Saskatchewan. So with that being said, we're asking for $200,000 from the total of the grant. The $200,000 is going to go towards covering the legal fees. As you guys will see in the implementation of financial phases, we do plan on talking to the government in terms of establishing to be able to have the land there for the whole 5 days, as well as for the initial implementation phase. That will be the marketing cost and etc. So now talking about that, I'll pass it on to my teammate for the implementation phase.
Thank you. So as we dive into the implementation phase, initially we would want to have an agreement with the government, and they would allow us to have our desired place, or essentially the road that we are going to establish our festival. So you could ask, where would this gonna take place? So this would be taking place in the downtown of Saskatchewan, which is the heart of Saskatchewan. This is where most densely populated region and attracting a lot of people eventually. So which movies are gonna be displayed in this festival? This would be the movies which are majority being made in Saskatchewan, and that is how we differentiate in which movies has to be displayed on our festival. And moving on, like I said, this would be located in downtown, and so eventually exposing it to a lot of audience in whole of Saskatchewan. Moving on to phase 2. One of the main important parts in our business plan is marketing. So how do we plan to establish this? We would want to put banners all over Saskatchewan in the city in order to let the audience and our main target audience let us know that what we are about and what we are bringing onto the table. This is something we have not ever seen before. This is a festival which would comprise of events taking place inside, movies later on. So this is a whole package that we are going to be seeing eventually. We are going to establishing billboards. Where would these billboards be? In Regina, Saskatchewan. This would give us the exposure that we required and make the city know what is coming in the summer and make them all excited about the summer that they're going to be experiencing it in the future. Yes, of course.
So now you're mentioning the marketing one, and the event will happen in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Why would you not try to replicate it in Regina as well, two big cities, and you have up to 40% of the total population?
Sure, thanks. So essentially, initially we are trying to do it in Saskatchewan, and then in the long run, we could always do it again, another one in Regina, and get our revenues up eventually as we move on. Yeah. So also.
Second question.
Yeah.
Was there a consideration in terms of some of the marketing strategy on, obviously you're getting the content creators that you're going to feature, are they going to be helping promote this? Like, you just haven't talked about that yet, but ultimately can you kind of touch on that? Like, are they going to play a key role? If you're featuring 5 films, I feel as though you'd want to highlight that particular area.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And so we are actually planning to invite the main actor or actors, depending, there might be a couple of main actors in a particular movie. And like what I have mentioned before, we do have a separate or each movie for each day. And so our plan is to invite the main actors to attend that particular showing or that particular evening to be able to promote their movie. And maybe take pictures with the people at the film festival and kind of talk about, what have the process been, create conversations about creating these films in Saskatchewan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another question.
Yeah, sure.
On the last slide, you mentioned government arrangement.
Yeah.
Have you identified which departments of government you're going to be seeking arrangement with? Event?
So, well, this would be more like a government thing. We have not yet decided which segment or sector we're actually targeting, but it's more or less like a government arrangement which would be provided to us by them regarding the electricity, the place, and the downtown. Because we have to block the road essentially in order to have this happen, because we can't let other people barge in without the tickets or anything like that.
So another follow-up with that as well. So again, I know you used the stock image, but you showcased obviously green space. And so where you're proposing, it looked like it was more so in the central part of downtown where there is really not a lot of green space. So would you be asking people to bring chairs, or how would you execute that side of it in terms of the actual event itself?
I can kind of
show
them the picture again. My colleague Pedro will talk more about it, but we will be having chairs there. We plan on renting 1,500 chairs per movie night, and that is included in our financials. As you can see here, all of those, so this particular picture, so they're able to sit on the grass, but at the same time, the chairs will be provided, and so it will be an option for them because we have included it in our expenses. Now, we don't expect other people to be standing, or we don't expect other people to be just roaming around. And so it's definitely an option up to them. And we're gonna take a look into it furthermore closer into the summer months.
Okay.
So as we're talking about social media, we all know, like literally everyone uses social media. So this is something which would give us great exposure and being able to reach our consumers and audience. So like you were saying, we would have Instagram pages posting stories, Facebook ads, YouTube ads, and eventually this spreads. It would spread all over Canada, so people could see it and be aware of what is happening in the summer in Saskatchewan, and eventually come along and see the summer festival, which is going to take place 5 days like we had explained previously. Also, we'll have websites. Websites are really important in this era, of course. So this is where people could see what's it about and have a better visualization of what they're going to experience in the coming days. In the website, yeah, you got a question?
Yeah. Knowing the target market in Saskatchewan, did you consider partnering with like radio stations? This is prevalent in Saskatchewan to promote, or like to even get them to partners or tickets, give away tickets? Did you consider that?
Railway stations?
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, not right now, because we are more focusing on like the social media. But that's a good suggestion that we'll keep in consideration, and we'll try to do that in the coming years or coming months that we see. But that's a good point. So moving on for the websites, what would the websites contain? It will have the online ticketing system. So, for example, you live in Regina or somewhere else in the city. You can't just come in. What if you don't get the ticket? It might be because it's a limited space. You can't just have everyone inside. So you could be in your home and book the ticket and eventually come to the festival. And that's conveniency. That's what we all want. That's something that's really important as we move on. So, Phase 3. This is what we would have inside our festivals. We would have local vendors. We'll have people getting ice cream. Sorry. Oh, okay. So yeah. So we'll have people selling ice cream, hot dogs, burgers, people displaying their art. For example, music, local artists displaying their music attributes, selling bracelets, a lot of things, all we would see in summer festivals, but these are like additive because we got a movie section coming up. So yeah, like I was explaining, and also one of my partner Jordan was saying that we'll have movie actors being invited to the festival. What would this do? This would give more exposure to the movie and also enable them to make sure that they are promoting the movie in a proper way and getting it advertised. And last but not the least, this is where the event is going to be launched. Like he was saying, in the second week of August, and that is the desired date that we opt to have the festival being displayed. So this is like a visual representation of the timeline with our implementation phases. So this is essentially a 6 months interval for the 3 phases, being the government arrangement being done in the first phase, the marketing keeps on going from phase 2 and 3, the vendors all being in phase 3, and the staff being hired on the site is all done in the latter 13 to 18 months, and essentially the event being launched on the last phase. So now one of my teammates is going to talk more about the financials.
Alrighty, so quick important aspects to know about the financials is how many people do we expect to get on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and what are our prices. So we have set our ticket sale as in being the movie ticket, so we'll have 2 specific tickets to be available. Our entry fee, that will be for $5 per person, and our movie ticket, that will be an additional $10 per person. Our other revenue will consist of vendors that are paying to have their space there, to display their local crafts, food trucks, and any other specific aspects of it. Our expenses, One thing that I'd just like to point out is that we have set enough money onto the marketing campaign, and that's really just to get the word out of what our festival is about. And that is, like my teammate was mentioning about, that is making sure that the social media page is on time, making sure that we have the billboards available, making sure that every marketing aspect is being 100% utilized.
So with that, if your revenue is 140 and your expenses are 140, where is the grant required?
Okay, so the grant, the $200,000 is mainly required in order to cover just for the government courses, like the government costs, and that is getting to an agreement with the government, settling for the land, and all the legal fees required for that. And then the other percentage of it, we expect a 70-30 split, so 70-30, so about $140,000 going towards all the legal fees and the government spending, and then 30% of the $60,000 going towards the initial marketing campaign of our festival.
And, sorry, on that financial model, the salary tables?
Yep.
That's split between the three of you?
No, so we plan on hiring about 5 staffs, and that just for that week long, and that will just be the organizing committee that will be there for answering questions in terms of people are wanting to know what the movies are being displayed, of what type of local artists are displaying their crafts. So we will hire 5 staffs for the weekly basis, and they will be part of the organizing committee that will be able to answer any questions that any customer has.
So where do you guys make your income through this?
Okay, so we are just the inventor. We're a part of like the organizing committee, but we're on top of it. We're hiring the staff that will be on site in terms of like answering the questions for the customer. We'll be behind it, taking into consideration the movies that are being displayed, what type of locals crafts that we want to display, and any other, etc.
So are you like a volunteer board?
Sorry?
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, so essentially we're just like the volunteer board, and then we have these the staff in order to just be there for the customer and the people that are wanting to experience what the festival and the crafts and etc.
So who would be taking care of all the, planning out marketing? You wouldn't just be doing that the week of, right? That would be months in advance. Like, are you guys the volunteer board tackling?
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm guessing this would be like a 6-month commitment, at least over the course of the year, to be able to execute this.
Yeah. So with our expertise in the film industry and then setting out the festivals and etc., we do plan on taking into consideration the marketing strategy, and we do plan on doing it quarterly and doing it previously, and then we have set in charge that one of us will be taking into consideration, will be taking care of the movies being displayed, while the other 2 will focus on the marketing campaigns and any other activity that needs to be involved.
These are pretty generous volunteers.
Yeah. I'll quickly add on to it. We are very dedicated entrepreneurs, and this opportunity of increased grant in the film industry has come up for Saskatchewan. And so in the first year, we're not earning profits. But in the coming years, there is great opportunity once we also go to Regina, for example, and Pedro can furthermore explain, but we're gonna earn profits in the upcoming years. This is just the first year that we're talking about where we're not earning profits. So we can definitely take a look into it, although that is not our priority. We are giving out our time because this opportunity is such a great opportunity to be able to help the film industry for Saskatchewan after the revenues have declined over the past years, which we all know about. And so this is definitely an opportunity for us. We can earn more money in the upcoming years, and that will come out from hard work and from taking a look into the opportunities that has been provided in the upcoming years, such as sponsorships, for example. This will be a really good local event, and so local businesses, I believe it's 98% that are small businesses in Saskatchewan, below 50 employees, and this is a great opportunity for them to sponsor in the upcoming years.
So just to add on that, what we do plan is just bringing awareness to the local filmmakers in the industry, as well as the local artists within the whole community in the whole province of Saskatchewan. So although our profits, although we don't make any profits in the first year, yes, profit is important, cash flow is important, but our main focus is just to bring awareness to the population, to the filmmakers, and the industry around it.
So one final question regarding the marketing costs. So you're starting a brand new event from the ground up. I just find it interesting, obviously, I think there's gonna be a massive marketing spend early on, and so your marketing spend, the way it's articulated here, it increases throughout the years.
Yeah.
So to me, at least logically, it would make sense that you'd have a larger marketing spend in the early years to try to get awareness for your event, and then there would be some organic growth that would be happening from year over year, people that are attending the event.
Yeah.
So can you just articulate why your marketing expense is increasing from year 1 to year 3?
So our marketing expense increasing from year 1 to year 3 because as you can see, the ticket sales and the entry fees in terms of like the population that's attending the festival, we do expect them to increase. So for us to see that continuous increase in terms of the attendees and the number of people we're getting on a weekly basis, we do plan on putting more money towards our marketing campaign just in order to get the word out.
Okay.
And then just some quick facts right here. We do plan on breaking even the first year. We do expect from year 3 to year 1 our expenses to grow to double and our revenue to grow just about above it. And then revenue to profit ratio year 1, as you guys are aware, we won't make any profit in the first year, but then as you guys can see, 17% of our revenue in year 3 will be our profit.
Just have one question.
Yep.
So, how are you planning to encourage or promote the local filmmakers to?
So as we all know, with a business comes all the pros and cons, like we can say risk and mitigation. So one of them could be the weather, since it's done in an open field, so there could be like rain. So what could we do? So as we know, in the summer season, the likelihood or the probability of raining is really low. So that's something we have to face it, or we could always use covers if something we would know that it's about to rain or something like that. Alcohol consumption. This is an event where alcohol is permitted. As we all know, alcohol is something which gives fun to the event as long as also brings some nuisance. So to mitigate that or counteract that, we got trained security guards who would be taking care of such probabilities that might take place in the event. And technical issues are malfunction. So something could happen, like we're watching a movie, but all of a sudden it went off. So what could be done? So what we would do is give a full refund to our clients or consumers of the movie tickets.
And so, like what we have talked about, we are here for the grant of $200,000. And you might be asking, we can be having a bigger idea, that will help really expand more the industry, the film industry in Saskatchewan. But our plan is to start simple at first and expand, scale up from there. And so this idea, we believe, will be able to let us make more impact and positive impact, not just in the film industry, but in other industries that can be affected as well. Like what we have talked about before, vendors will be at the film festival along with actors and other people. It will start conversations and maybe be able to provide conversations to ask the government to return the tax credits for employees under the film industry in Saskatchewan, which they have removed so far, and it was about 55%. That has led to individuals in the film industry to go into other provinces such as Winnipeg, Vancouver, Alberta. And so we are not right now, our plan is not for all of them to come back, but hopefully we can do something in the future by starting the impact right now and what we can do so far with this simple idea that we can scale up. And so we'd like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to hear us about this idea regarding our Sask Summer Film Festival.